Hey, here we are. Okay, and starting us off tonight, Flandy, if you don't mind.
This just in. Please join us tonight for our recap of a group that is so traumatized one of us isn't even here.
Get out of here!
Toot, toot.
The trauma train comes for us all. Anyway, it's not. We're
Confused.
fine. Everybody's fine. Poor Bogley will not be joining us today because she's not feeling great, so she won't be joining us. But she's okay. She's just tired. Anyway, last time on difficult terrain, as Flandy throws me right under that bus.
Train.
What'd you say?
Train.
The train.
Right under the train.
Threw me
Yeah.
under the train. That's even better. Thank you very much.
That's where you belong.
Train.
But anyway, last time, you guys made it over to the wonderful world of the Mzuris. You kind of had some time in the city between buying some items, visiting the kings, getting your things about you. Duvessa was not able to come with you. You guys kind of had a moment to sort of theorize a little bit of how difficult training got. You guys had a little bit of time to theorize about the Melodious Master things that are going on. Kemin, Kazvena, some of the notes that you guys have had and speaking that over. But ultimately, you guys headed off to the Mzuri tribe, where, as per usual, Hasina and the parents of Ryland, both Chege and Kahia, came to visit you all. As expected, Kahia had many treats for all of you, most of them being food, but was very happy to see everybody and welcomed everyone back. But in kind of chatting with them and getting caught up, Ryland, you did get a journal that seems to work both ways, in which you can write on a page and she will see it, and vice versa. If she writes on a page, you will also see it. Nice magic-y stuff. But besides that, just mostly kind of speaking and getting ready to kind of speak to some of the elders or the chieftains, or the chieftain, excuse me, because Nirja was interested in sending some of the bones that she found, the Dragonborn bones, off in a respectful manner. But she was told that they are not, they could do it on their lands, but they can't invite her in, unfortunately. But after kind of chatting and such, you guys agreed that you wanted to speak with Kagrote, who is the religion elder in their elder circle. So he is coming out to speak with you shortly, but Hasina and Kahia and Ryland as well, and Kambish and Rusi, everybody headed back to the village to kind of pick up the elder, but also introduce Kambish to the village, and also for Kahia to bring the rest of her food, as she had cooked lots of things for you guys and was not able to bring it over in such short notice. So they left to go do that, and the rest of you were kind of sitting and chatting with Chega nearby, but just kind of talking about sort of like the demons and strategies on what to do with them, and possibly setting up a trap for the tiefling lady whose boyfriend's body you have in your body bag of holding. So there were a few strategies going on, and in general, the owl bears, it's kind of understood that the owl bears will be looked after and likely rehabilitated and released back into the wild, or they were welcome to stay with them in their village. But they headed off, and then the main group kind of stayed here. Let me go through inspirations real quick, and then I think we'll pick up with Ryland, because much like in Legacy, it was very much like, you're off doing that shit, I'm gonna stay with the main group. So poor Ryland, or poor Flandy, was kind of sitting there for a little bit. So we'll start with you this time.
I cast Divine Smite.
On who? There's only like your mom, your child, your dog, your chieftain in training next to you. Anyway, the inspirations for tonight are with Ryland and Valen. Those expire tonight, so don't forget to use them.
For a grand total of 3.
For a grand total of 3. I rolled a 1, he rolled a 2, and we're helpful.
Keep giving it to the president of the low rollers club.
You'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry. But because of the nature of like kind of where we stopped last time, you were on your way to the village, so it is likely that you reached there by the time that we're kind of like jumping to you. But if there is anything that you wanted to discuss on the way over, or even bring up with your mom or Hasina, or even explain to Kambish, whatever you would like.
Yep.
You are free to do all of those things. But I'm just gonna have you have this moment. I'm just gonna actually. Oh, you guys aren't even on the map. Not that it matters, because you guys are walking off. But just to get an idea of where everybody else is and where you guys are just chilling. I'll move you guys over now. Anyway, sorry, I'm done. I'm done yapping. Flandy, the floor is yours if you wanted to have some conversation on the way over.
For relative sake of brevity, Rylan's just gonna take this walk to. At first, he's gonna start explaining where some things are and how things might be different than Kamate Kamane to Kambish, and then he's gonna be like, well, important part. The reason why you can come and they can't is they're not family, and he's gonna explain the secretiveness of our village, and basically like you can talk about it, just don't talk about it. There's no talk about Fight Club. We having that talk.
Our village is basically Fight Club. Don't talk about it.
People are just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, welcome to the family, son. As you're saying that, your mom, Kahia, kind of perks up from beside. There is actually a chance that your friends might be able to visit the village at some point. Because, I mean, you're all parents to this child, right? In a strange way, you almost kind of married them into here. But, we have to make sure that the chieftain's okay and what's going on with that and all that. But, I mean, if your son is allowed in here, then his parents should be allowed as well.
Rylan's gonna he kind of had that idea in the back of his head, but then he's remembering like all the external beings that are looking through them sometimes. He's like, maybe I shouldn't come to the village.
I will leave it up to you. And again, it is up to you to bring it up to the chieftain anyway. But if that's something that you're interested in, or in some cases, I know your friend was interested in sending off her dead kin. That might be an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I know they would love it. The problem is that he's just kind of like have that gruesome realization, like, holy fuck. Counting on his fingers, like, I can't think of one of us that didn't or doesn't currently have some sort of external influence close by.
Okay. So, I mean, weren't you worried about that for you too?
Yes, I know. I still know things, and I think my influence is something different. But
yeah. Sorry, no, where are you, honey? Okay.
Is it dinner time?
It's close-ish. Hold on.
Is it bad that I tuned it out and I didn't even realize he was meowing? So he said
he's noisy. That's okay. I don't know which way you want to go. You want to go that way? Go. Okay.
Hey, come back here. I got chicken.
No, don't. He's a chicken addict. Please do not. We try to give him other things, and he's like, "But chicken, give me chicken." Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know what I was saying.
People having outside influences, stuff like that.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and she was like, "Don't you have some too?" And yeah,
I got you, fam.
Yeah, that's it's very conflicting.
Well, I mean, if you think that you're safe, then it sounds like maybe your friends might be safe here too, right?
I'm gonna have a wisdom check.
Okay. That's always a good sign.
Helps if I go to the right page. Yes.
It's good.
I literally in my head I was like, if he rolls an 8 or lower, he's gonna everything's fine.
Okay, good, yeah. We're all set.
You know what? I think what It's not like they're going to learn all of our secrets in one day.
I mean, you certainly didn't.
I don't think I still do.
Oh.
He's gonna think of like some of the stuff that he wanted to learn that he never got to.
Well, there's plenty of things to learn, and you have been away for a little while, so of course there's some things, developments or new things that have come up anyway. But anyway, you can bring it up with Kitahi if he has some time.
What new has come up lately?
Oh, just new things we've learned about and things we've researched, and well, you've been gone for some time, don't forget. We've even found some new plants around the area too. We're learning about those as well.
Nothing issuey?
You
Danger?
are too concerned, son. It is fine.
I feel like he's on the cusp of divine sensing, but he knows not to because he's not near anything.
There's a demon plant in the woods, Mom. Stay away. No, everything is fine. Don't worry. It's just some things that we haven't quite uncovered yet.
How's that spot doing, by the way?
That spot?
The poison hag?
Oh, well, I know Kiyoni helped in, I think she quarantined it or something. She just wanted to make sure that we had enough research before we let anyone else kind of go gallivanting into that area. But it seems okay, I think. It hasn't really been brought up again, but I'm not exactly on the elder circle, so I can't say exactly what's going on. Oh, that reminds me. I think, if I remember correctly, Wangu still wanted to speak with you. I think she had some things that she wanted to, I don't know, talk with you about or give back to you. I don't know. She just wanted to speak with you. But as you know, it's one elder at a time. But while you're in there, I guess you can see if you can speak with someone.
Landy kind of remembers. Can I roll to see if Ryland remembers?
Ryland absolutely remembers. This is Wangu is your arcane elder. She was kind of like the like semi-crusty one, I guess, as like crusty as you can get as a furball because she's still very, very nice. But anytime someone tried to help her, she was like, "Get away from me! I'm fine." But she was.
You have a good day.
What'd you say?
I hope you have a good day.
Right, exactly. Don't touch me and bless you, child. But she was the one who was kind of. She spoke mostly with Valen, but she had a lot of like magic ideas and was kind of like listening to what you guys were fighting or up against, and also some of the crazy magic items that you had and such. So she was kind of interested in you guys on an arcane basis, also because she is the arcane lore for your village. But last time, just to refresh your memory, just so I don't like drop more names and you're like,
I'm browsing. I'm like, I kind of remember, but I don't.
You're good. You're good. You met 3 elders the last time you were here. Wangu was the arcane elder. You met Mwada, who was the lore elder, and she was the one who kind of knew everything about everything. She was a little like slimmer and kind of in shape, even though she was an elder. But she spoke with you guys for a long time, probably like close to an hour. And then the other one, who I'm sure you guys can't forget, is Matu, who was the elder of healing, who was the one who got you guys into Nirja's mind to fight her literal demons. So those were the 3 that you met last time.
You're talking about the last time we came here as a group, not the
Correct.
one shot. Okay,
Correct.
that's why my brain was like, huh?
Correct. No. During the one shot, yeah. No,
okay, we're good.
You're all set.
We're back on track. All right. Got
It
it.
was a while ago too, so you're good. Don't worry. But she's just mentioning that the arcane elder, which you guys met last time, wanted to speak with you guys again. So she'll probably be getting herself out there at some point. But other than that, she's helping you. You guys are walking back. But was there anything else you wanted to discuss between Kumbish or your mamas?
No, he's just gonna have small talk session now of like, oh, well, what do the plants look like? Do they have any cool abilities? Can they make you? Do they smell better than this? Produces one of the crappy roses that doesn't smell and disappears.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna do a quick. Give me a. Oh, you're at disadvantage because you're exhausted.
Yes.
Give me a quick perception check.
Yeah.
Your mom's gonna do a sleight of hand.
That's a 3.
Oh.
That's a 3 and a nat 20.
Yeah, it's good. It's high. It's real good. And she is not working for me because it was doing this to me before, so I'm just gonna have to roll that for you. Pardon me. Oh, she got a natural 1. You got saved, buddy. As you take out the rose, and like you can see she's already kind of not annoyed by it, but like it's not a natural thing, and she hates that it doesn't smell like anything, and knowing that it disappears, it's all magic and illusion. She's not a huge fan of that necessarily, and also like your tribe in general isn't a huge fan of illusions because in their own mind it's kind of a way of like lying to someone, and they're not cool with it most of the time. So she reaches.
That's why every time he does it, it doesn't smell, and it's gonna go away in 20. That's.
I'm just gonna be honest right now. But she reaches out to grab it, and you see her instantly kind of recoil because she feels as though the rose will actually have thorns on it, but it doesn't. So when she goes out to kind of like snatch it away from you with grace, she kind of recoils like, oh, dang it, it's. She grabs it anyway, like, and no more of these. And she just kind of like tosses it aside. But
he's just gonna kind of like, well, I haven't found a use for it yet, but they gave it to me because they know I like plants, but it's not real. And he's gonna push another one. It's like it's kind of fun to do though.
Got that right now.
I can't make it go away for 24 hours. He's gonna try and will it away.
Gonna think real hard on the road. Okay, go for it. Give me an Arcana check. We're starting off with all of your strong points.
I should have gotten my damn stone back.
I don't know.
Oh shit! Holy shit!
Okay, that's really, really not bad.
All it takes to be a high roller up.
I know, right?
I want to make this rose disappear real good.
The weirdest part
is that a bad guy?
The strangest part is it works. You focus on it hard enough, and you actually start to see it kind of like the image of it, almost like I don't know who. Anyway, like the image of it seems to kind of almost like port back into it, almost like what you call it, the Ghostbusters thing when they get the ghost in it. You know, like the image of it pulls back in, like it's being stretched and molded back into the ring. And you're like, I didn't know I could do that, but that's essentially how it goes. And then your mom watches it and then looks back at you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you not to do that. It's always good that we explore things and find out how they work. But it was weird.
I think I'm a wizard. Aylin's rubbing off.
I think your friend would disagree.
He's gonna try it again.
Okay, you can produce it and then give me another Arcana check. Let's see if we can do it again, folks.
That's not how magic works. The fate rocks agree.
You think really, really hard, and the rose just stays in your hand. And then you do that for probably like 10, 15 seconds, and your mom's like, I still think your friend would disagree.
See, he told me something about there's a focus, and maybe I just need a focus. He's just gonna kind of like play off on that.
You're welcome to bring this up with Wangu when we meet her. Anyway, you see her like kind of keeping you walking along. And Ryland, as you are familiar, the very secluded trail that you guys are on, that doesn't even look like a trail to a sort of regular person out on here. It is so subtle. There's no clearly walked through path. It's just certain flowers will kind of line your way, certain bushes every now and then, and that's your cue to know like what direction you're going in and that you are heading towards it. But as you're starting to go, you start to see that sort of veil that your people have put up so the village is not visible from the outside. And it simply just looks like more trees and more expanse of fauna and flora, but you guys step past it, much like the kind of Wakanda illusion barrier that is there. But you guys step into this area, and again, you're just taken back by the vision of it. You haven't been here in so long. And not only that, but you're also visiting at a like pretty good time of the day. So the village is bustling. There's people around. There's even a little bit of music that you forgot that the veil actually covers sound as well. Like not only just the image, but the sound of happiness and joy and laughter and animals. There's a ton of animals in here, especially because you're in the forest, but being furbolgs, you guys have a lot of friends that like to hang out with you guys. Chipmunks galore, squirrels and such, making all kinds of noise, birds singing that seem to actually be singing with some of the furbolg residents as well. And the village itself always looked like it was another extension of the forest. It was never like, we chopped down the trees and we built our houses here. They're integrated into the houses and the rocks and themselves. And even without the veil, at a glance, without the noise, it'd be kind of hard to see it. But in walking in, you can see that it is in full, lively, mid-afternoon delight. Everybody is very happy, sort of moving around. You're also getting the smell of freshly cooked foods that was most of your childhood. But it all just kind of hits you at once as you're walking in. And as you are walking in, you kind of look to your side and you see that your mom, Kahia, is holding Kambish, the tiny little tabaxi's hand in her giant, half-giant hand. But you see she actually kind of stops because he stops for a second, like a few steps past it, or past the veil, that is, and just seems to be wide-eyed and staring at everything in front of him. Just, wow. This is where you live? And then he just sort of like looks at Ryland after a good like 20 seconds of silence, which is unusual for the child. But, why did you leave? Whoa! And as he's saying this, you see some of the citizens of the village kind of start noticing the newcomer and start to turn their heads, and very large, lanky arms get waved as a greeting. And some of them continue watching, but most of them kind of go back to their business of walking about or tending to the gardens that you see around. But you guys are acknowledged as you're walking in, and your mom still holds Kambish's hand, but just smiles and lets you speak.
Ryland's gonna kind of do the whole pick him up, put him on his shoulder thing, but he's gonna give mom the look first, like, you might have to pick him.
Of course.
All right. And he's gonna go. He's like at mom and them, and he's like, see how well I remember this place. And he's gonna just take off running. He's like, and like go super speed mode and explaining everything. This was that. This is this. This is that. This is where I grew up, and that I got in trouble there. I did really that's religion class. Yep. And just keep going through.
And you start going, and right before you're about to run, Rusi, your beautiful green and leafy dog, fucking takes off before you even get a chance. Like, you're like putting him on your shoulders, and you see the green blur that is your dog kind of running off. And much like a dog, you see her stop at every single person in between her and wherever she seems to be going, just kind of tail wagging, licking their faces, and then kind of giving them a greeting and running off. And each of them seem to be like, "Oh, you're back, Rusi! How wonderful to see you!" Like, greeting her, very much like a dog. But you almost kind of get to tell exactly who she got to visit by the green slobber that is left on their arms or their faces, depending on what she licked on the way through her village. But that is happening as you are kind of like giving him the tour. And as soon as you run off, you're seeing don't go. Okay. Yep. Just, it's fine. And you turn back just for a moment to see your mom kind of like just smiling at it, but Hasina kind of ushers her towards where you know is your old home, where she is likely going to gather the rest of the food. But they kind of break off from you, so you and Kambish are kind of rolling.
Yeah, he'll give the tour as much as he can. He's still going to try and beat them to the house if he can, but he's like, that's that, and that's this, and that's that, and this is it. This is the house. This is home.
Give me a quick dexterity check. We'll see how quick this happens.
Why?
It's another one of your strong.
Do you want to in check behind that?
No. Buddy, you got this. Come on, you got this.
I got this. Disadvantage. I got this.
Oh.
I don't even know what happened. Yeah, take that.
So the goal, guys, is to keep Flandy disadvantaged the whole summer. If we can do that, yes.
Yeah, he's usually pretty good when he's disadvantaged.
Yeah, usually.
That's the weird thing. Like, it's unusual that he's doing poorly right now.
We just gonna, like, every time he tries to sleep, just show up with symbols.
Oh my god, seriously. But Ryland, as you are running around as quickly as possible, and like, you're pretty quick. I know your dex is 10, but you're a big dude and you're very strong, and those muscles and those long strides will carry you pretty far. Kambish is having a ball. Just like, he doesn't seem to be absorbing all the words you're saying, but it just seems to be like a constant stream of giggles coming from this child. And as you're running at some point, you remember the sparring area being on a different side of the village. But as you turn this corner, you are suddenly greeted by a grid of about 20 warriors with quarterstaffs sort of going through their katas. And as you turn just a little too fast, one of them catches you straight in the knee and you kind of like spin off and like off axis, nearly tumble into like two others who kind of seem to break their zen in this kata formation and like break away from you. And Kambish this whole time is holding onto your antlers like, ah! You're sort of like pirouetting out of control. But you go ahead and give me an acrobatics check to see how well you recover from this natural one quarter
You sure you don't want athletics?
No, sorry, this is an acrobatics, buddy. Okay. All right.
That's the same as my Arcana check.
In my mind, I was gonna say like a 5 or lower, you bust your ass. Like I have a feeling like in my mind you're doing that like rollerblade thing where you start falling forward and you're like frantically trying to keep your legs up so that your top half doesn't make you topple over, especially with Kambish on your head. But you do manage to kind of recover and stand back up. And as you do, you hear an elder that you haven't really spoken to for a while, but you are familiar with her. She is Wahoo, the elder of combat. And she did train you for a little while when you were younger, so you are familiar with her. But as you're like stumbling through it, you hear, oh yes, and this is one of our disciples. Hopefully he will be seeing his way out of our session. Ryland, it is very nice to see you. Well, like, she's also...
Sure, I have a lot to teach. She's like...
being an elder, you see she kind of just has like full white curly hair that's kind of pulled back into a really, really long braid. And of all the elders, she certainly seems the most physically fit. But as you're sort of like stumbling through her class session, she's like, and that is a lesson why we don't leave the village, folks. Now return to form. And she just kind of like falls back into it, but you're able to run your way through this mess that just happened.
He has half a mind to drop off Kambish.
Just stay here, buddy.
Go ahead and learn if you think.
But running around, you do manage to make it back to your mom and your old home, where both you and your older brother, Roland, spent much of your childhood. I was going to say many days and nights, but you just spent your childhood pretty much here. And it's a regular-sized home for a Furbolg, which is to say much larger than what you're used to at this point. Although you have a very nice place in Kimathe Kimane, you were given an estate. The ceilings are still not as high as what you're used to. The doorways are not as wide as what you're used to. It is just so much roomier in this place. But again, they made sure that it worked with the environment around it. So all the rooms, none of them are square. There are no hard angles. Everything curves, everything moves. They use the natural shape of the wood that they got. They never forced it to be anything that it never was. So as you're kind of walking in, you immediately are just hit in the face with all the smells of your mom's cooking. And you can see that she and Hasina are currently kind of gathering some plates and some containers to sort of bring everything back out. A lot of them wrapped in what looks to almost kind of be like banana leaves. A lot of sort of like natural solutions to traveling with food. But they're currently...
He's going to sneak a bite for him and a piece for Kimbish. You know, like when mom's like food, you're just like...
Sleight of hand or stealth, which I'm sure is the same fucking number for you.
Oh, let's see. Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, take that! Yes! That's another natural 20 down the damn drain.
Yeah, no problem at all. Like, part of you was like, it's a good thing my mom's very busy right now. But maybe it's like being in her presence again. It's almost like you've seen her do it too. So you're like, I know exactly how to do this.
I feel like some of it too is channeling. Like, it's been a long time since he's been home, and being around Kambish, like just the things that he gets excited about, like playful kidness comes back out again. He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember doing this.
Yeah,
her blind spot's over here."
Exactly. So like by the time she turns around, both you and Kambish have finished chewing, but you managed to grab like pretty much like a handful of like fried sweet potato. Basically, it was still warm, which you're amazed at because you're like, how long ago did she cook this? She walked all the way out. We walked all the way back, and it's still warm. What is this? But you do manage to kind of shovel some into your mouth, which Kambish is like, this is really good. Oh, I mean,
I mean,
Like trying to stay quiet about it. You see her turn back to you guys. It will be good. I hope you like it. But she continues to kind of get things ready. But she does take a second to kind of like turn and smile at you in this area. But I haven't seen you in this house in a while. It's nice.
It is. It is. It almost makes you forget all the stuff we're dealing with.
Yeah, simpler things here, and you know, it's always available to you. You know that. And now to you, little mister. She kind of reaches her hand up to kind of touch Kambisha's nose, who just kind of like wrinkles it.
thanks.
He's just gonna kind of like get super quiet and like not in the feels, but just one of those like that internal conflict. Like he wants so badly to just like take the group here. Like we're done. We're just hanging out here for the rest of our lives. Everything's gonna be safe and fine and happy. And but knowing what we've seen and all the shit that we're currently dealing with, and who knows what else is out there, he's in that conflict state right now.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and you see that she seems to read that you appear afflicted, afflicted. You're afflicted, conflicted.
I'm not too. Have you seen my face?
Shit's fine, mom. But she lets you have that moment. Doesn't really say anything, but you see her kind of give you a very warm, welcoming smile. But she continues kind of getting her food together. And I will, just to kind of keep things rolling smoothly as possible, the religion elder is going to come out with you. But if there was any discussion that you wanted to have with another elder before you go back, you can let me know who that is, and we can kind of have that moment now. If there is one that you're interested in, of course. If not,
he would pop in because I'm trying to remember who gave him the enhanced herbal kit. Was that in Kamate Kamane, or was that here?
I'm pretty sure that was Kimate Kimane.
Okay. He might swing by. Which healer would it be? The healing one, Matu.
Matu, yes.
He might swing by there.
Okay.
And just kind of show him what it was and what happened with it, and how something turned from bad to good, and maybe get some tips and pointers on things to do with it, as far as like things that would be in the desert that he could turn into something helpful.
Oh my god. Matu, as soon as you come back to him, he was the one that looked the youngest, and is probably because of his, profession, essentially. He's one of healing, so his hair is never really quite turned to gray. He has less wrinkles, but he is still very, very old. And you only really get that in his voice. But as you kind of come to meet him, he's, oh, and how is your friend with the demons?
Oh, we're not. Please, not this time.
No,
She still has. We got to figure out how to close the door. We recently found out that someone moved in to the spot we vacated.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And I don't have time to do that now, though. But if you,
I feel like he's gonna be like, "Thank you."
I'm confused. Okay, if you needed time, I could make it. But so what is this that you're showing me right now? It's kind of
it was an herbalism kit that my Shadowfell self had, that a friend in Kamate Kamane helped turn into something good.
Oh.
And I know it's not your forte, because it's definitely not mine. Not that, well, I said that backwards. It's not my forte, and it's probably not yours, but anyway, it's definitely not my forte. Now he's stumbling over himself as he's trying to like.
He just patiently listens to everything you say and is just nodding the whole time, like, he'll make it. I'll be here when he does.
So here we have a lot of nice green lush life and choices. In the desert, not so much.
Yes.
I was wondering if you knew of any things in the desert I could keep my eye out for, to potentially help out?
There is still life in the desert, which I'm sure you have run into. But if you keep your eyes open and you look in places you might not expect, for example, rainfall, if it ever occurs, there's lots of life in that.
He's trying to remember the last time it rained.
Yeah, you can't recall.
Yep.
You've been there for, at this point, probably like a good month or so. But
Does sand count as rain?
no. But rain is helpful, of course. But even something as small as fog or clouds, you may be able to. I'm like, oh no. Or even some of the creatures you may run into, small bushes or grass. Things that survive there are very hardy, which is helpful. It means if you take to foraging, they should be able to survive. But let me give you a few notes. There are some plant life that can be helpful to you and your friends that are found out there, whether it be for hydration or a painkiller of some kind, and then sometimes perhaps a healing agent. But it may take some time, and you do have fantastic tools in this set, so this will be very helpful. I see it seems more for the collection of fungus of some kind.
Wonder why that is.
Okay. Well, you won't find much in the desert. I'm sure you know that as well. But I have a few notes that could help you in case you come across anything.
I'll take anything you got. We actually did meet someone who had fog, per se, and she was a storm giant.
Oh, you met a
She
storm?
didn't kill me.
She didn't kill. I see that. What happened?
Actually, Vorum should be able to tell you more about it. I led myself into this one.
I was gonna do that. His laugh. Stop it!
Every time, my man.
He's
Vroom,
crying. Oh my god! You were good.
Anyways, Batman can tell you a lot more about her.
That is true. I actually have been spending some time with him, just making sure that he is of sound body and mind. He's gone through quite a bit, and we still have much to understand. But so far, he definitely seems to be adjusting well, and hopefully we will facilitate a full rehabilitation into his old memories. But he's adjusting very quickly.
Good. That he seemed to recognize me, and to meet someone randomly in the desert, that's quite the feat on its own.
Very true, very true. Anyway, here are some that you can look out for. And he gives you a list of a few. There's probably about 5 different plants on there, and I will give you the rundown. But for now, you can kind of make note that 2 of them are cacti. One of them is a bush, like a shrub of some kind. One of them also, one of them requires the collection of rain, or either kind of like a mist or a fog, or even the recognition of a very large fluffy cloud. You might be able to pull something from that as well. And the last is any kind of like either tall grass or something that seems to be kind of weed-like, which you do run into more often than not, especially even in the city. There seems to be plenty of kind of like just stray grass that kind of grows there, very tall and sort of brownish in a way. But he mentions a few of those things. But I'll give you the details on each one.
Pulled out his notebook and started like drawing like what he thought it looked like based on the description. Is like, that. He's like,
and as you're doing so, he's just a little tall. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. He crosses it out and draws again.
Yeah. But with his guidance, you're able to do it no problem. So I'll have that happened, and then was there anyone else you wanted to talk to? Because otherwise, I'll have the religion elder come back with you?
He was just gonna swing by the arcane elder since he was reminded that she wanted to talk to him. And
Okay, so I'm going to leave you here for just a second. I'm going to go back to the rest of the group. You guys just hanging out. Right now, it's basically, as a reminder, the owl bears are living their best life right now. They're just running around, like, kind of making a mess of the dirt because they actually have traction now, so they're just tearing into it. Some of them are doing the dog thing where they just roll around on their back and there's just like dirt and grass clods like flung everywhere. But they seem to kind of be staying in the general area. But you guys are left there with Chege, Kemen, who was just telling a riveting story of how he managed to kill the Uluthar that he ran into. And it is a very spectacular story. And there's parts where you're like, are you missing something here, or like is that how it worked out for you? Are you an unreliable narrator? I'm not sure what's happening here. But you can see, even in the way he's retelling the story, every part that's about combat is incredibly detailed. But any other part is like, we talked about some strategy, then we ran in there, and then I pulled out my sword. Then he kind of gets caught up in that as well. But towards the end, you hear him kind of describing about how what wound up being a killing blow for most of his companions as a devastating mind blast went off. He used his teleport to get out of the way and otherwise position himself into a very bad position for the Uluthard and run his sword straight through the chest of him. But he kind of finishes the story with, so I brought that head back to the queen, and she was very happy, which was very cool because I got nice armor, like really nice armor. That was cool.
We need to get that back for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can try, but I don't know how well that'll go. But I'm happy trying. Have you ever met the queen?
No.
Okay.
Not officially.
All right. Maybe you will. I mean, do you want to?
No.
Okay. Maybe you won't.
Based on how things go, if I don't want to, I'm pretty sure I will.
Oh. Wait, that's bad. That sounds bad.
It's just a pattern.
Oh, okay. I'll keep you from meeting her if you don't want to.
Okay. He's like, wait, can you? I'm pretty sure her will is law, is it not?
Yeah, but you were kicked out, so you're not, bound by those laws. I was kicked out too. We're both kicked out at this point.
Bunch of misfits.
Right. You were the first one, though.
I noticed.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool,
I think what you're trying to say is it worked out.
Right.
Yes. I agree.
It did. 3 of the 4 of us got kicked out.
We're pretty good.
Yeah. What does that say about us, do you think?
Nonconformists, perhaps?
That's good?
I think so. Free thinking.
It's good.
Speaking of which,
Yes.
he just turns immediately to Irene. So I think we need to talk about your friend. Maybe set some boundaries.
You say that a lot.
I do. I want you to know my perspective first and foremost. I know we haven't talked about it, but my people were obviously essentially thralls for mind flayers for generations. Invasive mind presences, things like that, is anathema to us. To willingly give up your body for someone else. Thank you. Nubs on my side. He knows you're doing wrong.
To willingly give up your.
He's so chatty.
I don't think she gave up her mirror, but
to
Anyway.
willingly give up your body to another is close to heresy to us. Not that it's like a religion, but it's just such an affront. So that's why I have a hard time grasping it. But more so towards you, it's not like you're a pitchfork wielding farmer who, all right, maybe the person next to him is at danger. Like you have the potential to be a very large threat to a lot of people. Maybe we need like a safe word or something for you. Maybe we can just have her shunt back out or put you in. Something to that effect.
That potential has been there ever since you've known me, and far before. The only difference is now that we are one entity. You know why I made that choice.
I know how alluring certain elements of power can be, and how it could barely take you down a path you might think is right.
That's not why I made that choice, Valen.
Okay.
How many times has the Phoenix come through to save my butt?
I am not saying that this is not a potentially great ally. I'm just concerned about the implications.
I know.
I mean, to be fair, a really large celestial with a very big spear was also concerned about this. So
I think it's less that they're concerned about me and more concerned about Kandara. As in, um, from what I understand of Kandara, he's big on freedom, and he would never willingly bind someone. So I don't think I'm at danger of like permanently losing myself. However, if we have a disagreement, there might be a clash of wills. Um, a safe word, maybe, but to be honest, you guys know when I'm in the backseat. You can just tell because you know me.
yeah,
Kandara is not exactly the most sociable. So
I'm just saying I might need you in the front seat at a moment's notice. That's more or less what that was for.
and how would
You're
you?
speaking about this in the back of your mind. You hear, if he wishes to speak, I am available.
Would you like to talk to Kandara?
No. Look, it's nothing against Kandara. I respect what he can do. I'm just concerned that there'll come a point where the two of you will not agree, and you might be forced to do something that you might have a hard time living with. I'm not really worried about you flaming your friends here. That's not, I don't think, going to be an issue. But we might be in a delicate situation that Kandara might not agree with.
Understand that. You know, this is interesting coming from you. We've been in delicate situations that you haven't agreed with, and you've gotten us into all manner of scraps because you couldn't hold back. Little
This is true.
pot calling kettle black here.
It's also true. To a degree. I think you still more or less had your own will within that particular situation. Right? Like you could have escaped, you could choose whether or not to fight somebody. There's different roles you could take in combat. Let's say you didn't agree with this particular thing, you don't have to, you know what I mean? There's a difference between that and then literally being like piloted into a combat situation.
So, how do you see a way out of this?
I don't. That's why I don't have any solutions. I brought up the potential for some kind of safe word or eject button, whatever you want to call it, to maybe force you back in temporarily for a moment, or I don't know. Maybe they have a safe word where they're letting you know that you can't get past a certain point before. I don't fully understand your relationship. I'm concerned for you. That's all.
Thank you. But at the moment, I have no idea of how that would work or how that would be pulled off. As it is currently, our enemies are one and the same. And Kandara seems satisfied with your methods thus far.
Yeah, again, I don't anticipate conflict between us. It's just...
You're worried about the future. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't think I haven't thought about this at all?
I'm sure you have. I just hope if you saw me literally playing with fire, that I would at least take some precautions not to get burned or have a backup plan to that, right?
Just thinking about him with that dagger just a day ago.
He was dead. I couldn't have done any more damage to him.
God.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Although it is hilarious coming from a former necromancer that has a body bag right now.
It's precisely why I'm trying to make sure you have boundaries before you cross them. Because it's so easy to go down a path using what you feel as a guide, but those goalposts move. That's ultimately what I'm trying to warn you against.
Are you worried that Kandara might influence me to do something I otherwise wouldn't?
Yes.
So far, that hasn't been the case.
Influence isn't the word I would use either, but...
Coercion?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's something I've thought about, something we've discussed. I don't know. Right now, I don't know.
Have you thought about what would happen if you two got into a... What do they say in marriages? Irreconcilable differences?
Hope it never comes to that, but guess we would have to find Kandara a new place to stay.
In your head, you hear, "My place is here."
Together forever.
Malin doesn't hear it, so he can't react. But he's yeah, I would.
She kind of looks off to the side, like she's thinking hard and stuff. But in reality, she's just listening to Kandara and just being like, "That sounded pretty insistent."
It's not insistent; it's a fact.
I see.
To detach me would be to end our lives.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem right now. Don't get me wrong, I have no desire to bring harm to you or myself in that way. It's just differences ever become irreconcilable. Maybe we need a backup plan for a way to split safely without harm coming to either of us.
We have much time to discuss that.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully. You know, things move at a pretty breakneck pace, it seems.
I just watch you have a conversation in your own head. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
You just
a lot of like eye movement, a lot of
making faces and shit. But as you're speaking with him, you get the idea that like he seems a little impatient in the general idea of Balin. Every time he sort of brings up a concern, there's a sort of like, I can talk to him if he wants, and especially with the like, no, I don't want that. You kind of just get the idea that he's kind of like, I don't know what this guy's problem is. I'm fine, we're fine, everything's fine. I don't know what's going on. So you get a little bit of that from him, but he otherwise just seems to kind of, we are one and we will make it work. There is no separation. We would cease.
That would sound so weird if it were for my husband or something. But she's just
Y'all bonded souls. This is not even a husband situation.
no, baby, we don't stay together. Don't you worry.
Yeah. If you leave me, we die. Oh, Jesus.
Can't have you. Nobody can have you.
Right. Exactly.
Trauma train.
Choo-choo.
I can't have you. Nobody can.
Oh man. God damn.
But yeah, she eventually yeah, this is something we should table. And eventually you two do need to talk seriously. And then she comes out of her head and focuses back on Valen, just like, you know, this isn't the first time you brought this up, and I know it won't be the last.
Just know if I ever banish you, it's out of love. And he'll just kind of drift away from the conversation.
Nara seems to be like kind of annoyed at that particular one, but doesn't say anything. You can just kind of feel the phoenix stirring in you. Good talk. Okay. So
Like shakes her head and like actually there was something she intended to do. There was a quiet moment, and that is find an area with shade and try to loop into this shadowy thing she hasn't touched on in a while. And you know, she even explains it to Kandara before she starts to do it. It's just like, hey, I expect that my sisters are going to be showing up in Kimata Kimane very soon. So this is my link to them. And through it, I may, if I'm lucky, glean something about what's approaching, why they need to be there, what's going on around here. So it's partly solving a puzzle.
partly. Another Mancy is made of the darkness. And the darkness is what I fight.
Is it really so simple?
Usually.
Kandara's gonna go burninating this countryside.
Next time you talk to your sister, you just burst into flames for no reason. It's like, Tiger, how's it going?
Actually,
Damn it, not now.
other than vague feelings from our previous state of our relationship, now you're able to just vocalize everything you have in your mind. So when you think about my family out there, what do you think about Nethermancy?
I've seen you use Nethermancy for your friends. And that was acceptable. I've seen your friends. I've seen what they have done with Nethermancy. Not everything they do is acceptable.
What are you at odds with in particular?
The raising of their fallen.
She makes that face like, it's weird shit to hear from a phoenix. But
you're suddenly reminded of Teza Tekutli introducing herself with her two dead brothers as skeletons.
yeah.
Right.
Resurrection is my thing. Nobody else can do it. That's only me, damn it.
Getting a lot of possessiveness from the phoenix. I feel like maybe need some therapy. Like, nobody can do it like I can do it.
Only I do it. Only I do it good. We're mentioning her sister, and what she's talking about is a a group of women who live in the Shadowfell, who developed a whole new school of magic called Nethermancy. But her name is Tezotlikutli, and good luck trying to spell that.
Oh, he will. He's got things.
Yeah, I'll be so impressed if you get it. But she speaks with her through a skull of sending every now and then. But otherwise, they have not really seen each other in a while. But they're still girls, you know. They're close. But obviously, Kandara, the phoenix that lives in here, is having some issues with it.
Well, in this case, she's gonna be like, well, given what seems to have happened in the Shadowfell recently, I think maybe we're on the same side, at least temporarily, as far as you're concerned.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
All right.
Why did you sound like a nighttime radio caster? Like, all right, and now.
I'm gonna.
And now for the quiet storm.
Right. Exactly.
I'm gonna put on some smooth jazz if I do.
There you go. All right.
All right, so I'm rolling persuasion at advantage.
Correct.
Get those inspiration rolls ready. I don't know.
Should be all right. Should be all right. Okay. A 4 and a 10. That's all right. It's all right. Excuse me. I thought I was going to burp and then I didn't, so I just rudely paused instead. But as you're saying this, you can already tell on this particular topic, we're on the same side. Like we're fighting the same things, and they seem to be fighting something terrible as well.
She's referring to the encounter they had. How unusual that is and dangerous.
Exactly. But they do. Kandara seems to kind of acquiesce to that, and eventually, you, after a little bit of mulling over it, you hear him kind of respond to you. It is complicated, but so long as they do good, I will not have a problem.
To be honest, I'm a little worried about why they'd come to Kimothy Kanani. Hopefully, whatever happened in the Shadowfell isn't about to transpire here as well.
If it is, we shall burn it to the ground.
Yeah, let's try to avoid collateral when we do that, yeah?
The destruction of evil is most important.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
The destruction of evil is most important.
You're missing some elements here. It's also important to preserve life, especially innocent life.
Correct, if possible.
You will kill first, innocent one worried second. I feel like Valen was like, yeah, your boyfriend's kind of sketchy. And you're like, no, he's not. And then you go to talk to him and he gives you a handful of red flags.
I got these while I was at the fair.
Yeah.
I heard you liked them, so I brought you 6.
I got scarlet, I got crimson, I got rose, I got
Oh my god.
all kinds of flags, girl. Let's go.
Sorry, that totally derailed.
Yeah, just
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Sometimes it kind of profoundly disturbs me how it always seems to be destruction of evil first, everything else second with you.
Destruction of evil typically lends itself to the preservation of good.
I think I'd like to know what you view as good at a later time.
All right.
I think that's an important detail. Maybe we need to touch on.
If something comes about, I will ensure I bring it to your attention.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You see him kind of settle back down. After, not that he was tense from the conversation, but there's almost a sort of at rest state that you can feel him kind of settling into, where he's sort of just in the back seat, just horizontal laying out. And also you do know that he still kind of needs a little bit more rest after the attack that was made on him, but he settles back into that. And I don't want to interrupt if there's any more conversation that you guys wanted to have.
Oh, cool. I was just going to say she's going to find that shade and tap into that nether.
Say that again? Oh, you're gonna okay, right.
Yeah.
Nethermancy.
I'm just going to warn him beforehand. Yo, this is the thing I'm gonna do. I need to figure out what the hell's going on out there.
Yeah, let me
If I can find some answers through this, then that's what we doing.
look into it real quick. All right, so you're essentially just practicing with it to try and further your abilities with it. Is that what I'm? Or is it anything more specific that you're trying to do with this particular study session? I
You
suppose
already gained some new abilities.
you did.
I think
Yeah.
maybe this time around she's like trying to get insight.
Okay. An insight into specifically the school of magic, or like what's going on in the Shadowfell, like
Yeah,
trying to do.
that one. But also, I have to be right back because my bladder is tiny.
Okay, well before you run, just give me a quick charisma check, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Charisma check and run.
sure.
Not an advantage.
You're adding stipulations.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I ain't doing this. I gotta be.
I'm sorry, Gilgrim.
Oh,
This is your fault.
bad.
Bye. I love you, girl. I'm sorry. Okay, so that being said, all that transpires, and towards the end, if you wanted to, Valen, you weren't doing anything in terms of like magic or nothing, right? You were just kind of like hanging out. This is one of the first times where you're not like, I'm writing a spell or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. So I'm just making sure you're not doing anything.
Yeah, no, he's trying to stay social. I mean, he does have stuff he can do, but he's not here often, and he's trying to just catch up socially.
Gotcha. There is a moment where like, as you're starting to hear footsteps head your way, like Chega kind of leans in. He's been around the whole time, but at this particular moment, he sort of gets a little bit closer and is just. By the way, did you say that you were still going to Waterdeep at some point?
I
possibly?
can go there. Yeah. I was supposed to get you fish.
Yeah. I have a few in mind, if you don't mind.
Sure. He pulls out his list.
Yeah, wonderful. Although he lists off like 3 fish.
Okay.
I haven't had bass in a very, very long time.
Bass. Okay.
Yeah. Also, if you could get me not the big tuna, but like the little tunas.
Little tunas.
Little tunas.
Got it.
And last, I think we'll go with some carp. If you could find some
Carp.
Yeah,
Got it.
I appreciate that. Thank
So
you.
bass, little tuna, carp. In that order, in terms of preference.
Tuna first.
Tuna first. Okay.
Yes. I haven't had that in so long.
Yeah. No, I can't imagine how you would up here.
I believe it or not, I came from a coastal community.
So I've heard.
Kind of like nod.
No, I appreciate that. That's great.
Even though there definitely seems to be some like, I don't know, I miss the ocean. There's no sense of regret in his expression or even the way he explains like that. I want fish again at all. But he kind of just stays warm and happy with you. But as that's happening, you hear the many footsteps coming back. I'm gonna say, Rylan, Rusi stayed in the village, just kind of making her rounds and just being happy. And she obviously knows how to get back, so she is not going to be back with you. I'm just gonna put her in the corner. I was gonna put her on the GM layer, but
Before he goes, if possible, would you want to go on a fishing trip there at some point?
oh, I would like to go, but I'm not sure I should.
It would be quick.
How quick?
I mean, I could pick you up. We could port there. Be about an hour or so before I could do it again. But then we could port back up.
I understand with the influence of magic. If
I mean, it's a long walk otherwise.
yes, I tend to walk everywhere. That's exactly how I met Kahia. I was the trader for between tribes, so I would travel here, travel back.
Valen's doing the math, and by Valen I mean DM Nenners, because he's done this before. I believe it's like 2,200 miles or something.
It's many
crazy
miles,
like that. Like it's like walking across the United States essentially to get like
Exactly.
to get there. It's like,
And it also makes you like realize that like he left his home that far away to be here, kind of thing. So like the bond between them is very, very strong.
Or visit your home. I mean, once everything calms down, I have no problem. I consider your son a brother of mine, so in a way, you've kind of adopted a skinny son.
No,
but
I hate to tell you this. Well, maybe now I don't, but Kaya already adopted you the last time she saw you.
Oh. Okay. Well then, yeah. If you ever want to go back to your home village, I'll see what I can do to get you over there.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he sort of like claps your back for just a second and then pulls you into a hug before you get a chance to like say much else.
Are you all so strong?
You can't help but stay fit out here. and if you spend some time here, maybe you'll be the same over time. But as that's happening, you see Hasina returning with both Kambish and Ryland and Kahia, but also with a familiar purple-haired guardian as well, and a new elder that you have never quite met before. He seems to kind of almost look, oh my god, did you get that correctly? Yo, fuck yeah, I think you spelled that dead on. Hold on, I have to double check. Sorry. I think he nailed that shit.
Yeah, he's
inspiration.
I know, right? That's true. We haven't given Kid any kind of inspiration.
If it comes to like those,
I thought about it. I thought about saying that before. I was like, I don't want to say anything until he types it because I don't want her to think that we like send him stuff.
Kit's legit, man. If you give him these like these Yucatan Peninsula Aztec type stuff, man, he's gonna kill it.
Tezo to freaking nailed it. Holy shit. Yep, you got it. Tezo to Kutli. That's how it's spelled. Yep. Kit, congratulations, you are now our second audience member to have inspiration. I forgot how to roll. How was it? Exclamation point dice space 20. I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out later. Congratulations, you're amazing.
It's definitely not it.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was. It's not. I don't remember. We'll figure it out at some point. That's incredible.
Congratulations, Kit.
Yeah.
Could use it to pull Flandy out of one of his desperation rolls.
oh boy.
Gosh, I'm so impressed. That derailed me. What the hell is that doing? Oh, right. Okay. A new elder. As so impressed. A new elder arrives. And this one, almost, if you could make a dwarf a furbolg, that's very much the impression you're getting. Very thick, very healthy looking beard, and the hair is also kind of grown out to the point where it just kind of turns into like a little space of skin, and then the rest is just hair. It's just a mane that kind of takes over every inch of his head, other than like his eyes and like just a little bit of his mouth. Like only when he opens his mouth. If it's closed, it's just hair. All of it being white, just stark white. And unlike the rest of the Mzuri tribe, he seems to be a little paler. He's still kind of tan, but most of them seem to be kind of like a deeper brown. But he's a little bit lighter. And also, unlike most of the other elders, who do seem to kind of be in good health and good shape, whatever it might be, you do recognize that his left eye is removed from having a very, very large scar across it. And it doesn't look like the wound was enough to, like, it didn't pop out the eye, but perhaps was removed because it could not be saved kind of situation. But his left eye is completely missing. But he, other than that, seems to be kind of walking very confidently, very tall. And furbolgs, as you know, are tall individuals, but even so, he seems to be a good, like, 8'7" or so. Very tall, even for a furbolg stance. And as he confidently strides beside his sort of entourage of women, and then Ryland and Kambish, you see the religion elder, Kugrote, come on out, and I will make him visible. I'll make him kind of big for you guys so you can see him a little bit better. Just for a moment.
Stocky as hell.
Yeah, he's like, if you could imagine a dwarf as a furbolg, that's a dwarf bolg. Yep, thank you. Thank you, Maya. It's exactly that. It's a dwarf
bolg.
Exactly. That's kind of who you get. And you're kind of expecting, you know, maybe a gruff personality because of the outlook, the scar, the hair, and in general, he still very much seems to be a part of the tribe. There's a lot of green, a lot of sort of covering and foliage on him. But as soon as he opens his mouth, you're like, yes, he is definitely part of this tribe. Because as he steps out, very, very warm voice escapes him, very deep and rumbling, which I can't do, but just use your imaginations because I don't have a deep voice. But as he steps out, smiles over everybody. Oh, blessed day this is. I'm very happy to finally meet the illustrious preventers. and followers of various deities, I see. Anyway,
Oh,
yes.
I was just gonna say this is why Irene fails to tap into the nether. Because out of the corner of her eye, she sees giant door bulb, and then he starts talking. And she's like, "Wait, what?
It's like, ah.
Why do you sound like that? You don't look like you sound. What is going on? Oh shit! I lost it.
But in looking over everybody, his eyes kind of rest on Valen for a moment, or his eye, excuse me, he only has one, but settles on Valen for a moment. A disciple of Yoriana, I see. You must be well studied.
That's other than fighting. That's all I seem to do.
She is known for both studying and the fighting.
I hope she's proud then.
I imagine she is. She seems in like, you didn't see it at first because it was kind of under what seemed to be like a very long green robe of some kind. But as he pulls his arm out, you see that there is a cane on one of his on his right side, and he just kind of pokes you with the end of it, just sort of like gnarly wooden cane, but like pokes you a little bit in the hip and just. You need a little more meat on your bones, but I'm sure you fight in other ways that makes her very proud.
I'm a big fan of this one already. Yes, I probably do need some feeding. Thank you.
Yes, she is quite interesting. A good study, both about her and what she demands. And as he kind of looks aside, he settles on Padrono. And the follower of war, I see. Nuada. Does he treat you well?
Yes, sir.
I can see he picked you well. This is a strong boy. You see him like once again poke with the cane, kind of like getting into your chest a little bit, as you're just a little bit, taller than Valen, but pokes you a few times with his cane and lowers it again. Yes, very strong. It makes sense. Excuse me. I did not introduce myself. I am Kogrote, the religion elder, as appointed not too long ago, and interestingly enough, reunited with the previous elder in the form of a hill giant, thanks to all of you. So, thank you for that wonderful experience. But with your followers, did you have specific questions for me?
First and foremost, congratulations and well met. Questions. Irene, you had some questions, didn't you?
She's gonna emerge from the shadows, and
Yep, got it.
Brandy.
Oh no!
With darkness.
Everyone's having a great time, and you're just being weird in the shadows.
Yeah, she's gonna emerge like where she was trying to meditate and did. She's gave that up. Kind of laughing when both of the guys are like poked all over the place.
Uh-huh.
She's just like, she steps up, but like is careful to be out of stick range.
You wind up having to be like 10 feet out because he's very tall and has a very long wingspan, and then the cane only adds to it. So you're like, I'm gonna stay a little bit further back than usual right now.
Like I should make her check to see if she factors all that in. I'm gonna do it. Let's see. Oh yeah, she definitely got that. I don't know why it's a save, but let's go.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, so she keeps a little bit of distance so she can't be poked. And it's just like, yeah, thank you, Valen. I actually, firstly, well met, and secondly, I have questions about Ayala.
Oh, yes. I can see why that might be a good fit. I heard about your friend.
Already, word travels fast.
In a very small village who doesn't get a lot of visitors, it travels very fast.
Okay. So,
especially between elders.
That's fair. So, if you don't mind sharing, I guess you know enough about Ayala to know that it's a good fit. So why would that be?
I think it is not only a good fit, but might find some peace for your friend. Ayala is one of radiance and light and good and flying creatures. Interestingly enough, and he kind of looks at Nirja, I almost said Nuada, Nirja for a moment, also aligns himself with good-natured dragons, which I'm not sure if you're interested in, which I don't imagine Nirja is at all, so I'm not going to roleplay that, but just say that she's like, nah, thanks. It goes back to you.
So look at her getting the pipe on. Just
Yeah, she's just like,
what?
not for me,
All
thank
right.
you. However, she uses your friend as a symbol, actually. Although she is not one herself, Phoenix are typically a representation of her, and some also follow her. But she, not only is she part of the light and the celestial radiance and good creatures of the sky, she's also about discipline. So, it might be good for your friend, as, interestingly enough, phoenixes are not entirely known for their discipline.
You don't say.
You see him turn your way. Good study. Do you see? It's good study. He knew that already. But what you need to do, if you're interested in having contact with her, is, strangely enough, find yourself in the sky. Whether that be through flight or on a very high hill, you need to get yourself near the clouds, perhaps above the clouds. Because you have your friend within you, he's enough to have her eyes on you already. So she's probably well aware of you. You just have to make an introduction.
I think we might have done a little bit of that already, and she's gonna recount the experience of trying to commune with Rylan back at the estate, and I think they got a little bit of a sign there, right?
Yes, you did kind of see like a flamey silhouette of what seemed to have been a woman, but it was a little hard to make out.
Yeah, she's gonna go ahead and describe that whole episode, and be like, so yeah, I believe you when you say she's taken notice.
Good. That is a step in the right direction. And she isn't one to reach out very often. You may have some that are more communicative, and he looks towards Kodrono. Nuada is one of them. Being the god of war and warriors, he tends to look over much of combat, which happens often. And I imagine with you, and again pokes you, this time kind of like in the stomach, I imagine with you see lots of combat, so I'm sure he's very happy with you. But for you, you might be more interested in doing something that is good above ground. So, if you can find yourself high enough and perhaps save a bird or fight an evil flying creature and bring it down of some kind, if you find yourself in the air while this happens, she will undoubtedly have to turn her attention towards you, especially if she already knows about you.
Polymorph.
She's actually gonna turn and look to Valen,
Do you say that? Okay, sorry, good.
do you still have polymorph on deck?
We could polymorph, sure. I polymorph though. You're getting us back home, or we're spending the night in the woods.
How long does it last when you perform it?
Assuming I don't get stabbed, an hour.
I must also mention, she is a goddess. She's very much aware of what is going on. So I wouldn't suggest fabricating a situation for you to get her attention.
Can I ask a question?
I was just thinking to take to the skies and try.
Does falling count?
Oh no!
You are off the ground, so yes, it does.
Excellent. We're really good at falling.
I don't like this line of questioning.
he looks in the head. No. Is Rylan there? Rylan came back. Right?
Yeah, Rylan's back.
Yeah, he's saying that 100% looking at Rylan. Like, we're real good at falling.
Well, I mean, I imagine you have stuck the landing. You seem to be in one piece, so that could be a possibility for you.
Yeah, it was rather dramatic, but although Kodrono and I had a great time falling for a few seconds.
Helps, and you have something to land on.
Well, it's very interesting. You seem to be in one piece once again, so well done on your falling plans. Maybe one more would seal the deal for your team.
You know,
Hey, why are you encouraging this?
I imagine a good study as him has Featherfall readily available if needed.
That look, I didn't like that look. You don't have it, do you?
Oh,
my my friends have a really strong propensity for
a capable wizard like you does not have Featherfall. This is an atrocity. I see. Would you-
I'd rather use a sphere to keep them safe. I've used ice wall as a slide a couple of times.
Uh-huh.
I tend to get creative, but my lower level slots are usually designed for defensive.
What is not
options.
more defensive than stopping your friend from becoming paste on the floor?
I can always
Yeah,
turn,
Galen. What is more defensive than that?
turning myself into
you
an
are-
eagle.
I'm incapable of study, I understand that, but you are capable of understanding such a spell. You should ask your friend.
Ryland is rolling at this point.
To be fair, Featherfall in our situations would not be beneficial because we are still a floating target. As you can see, a good chunk of my teammates here tend to like to physically hit people. If they are falling slowly, that's not going to help them. If I'm able to transport them immediately through Dimension Door or something else, I can get them into the fight faster.
However, if you need her to have an act of good while in the air, it's probably good she stays up there as long as possible. If you do wind up polymorphing her, there may be a chance that she doesn't get the attention she is deserved.
I was planning on polymorphing myself, and she could just ride on top and shoot whoever she wants.
Then by all means, make sure you stick the landing, young missy.
You're thinking of becoming a mount? And then she's just gonna be like, I do know Misty stuff.
I wasn't
And I
the fir-
mean, like, as you were thinking about this, you see him take an actual step forward so he can poke you with his cane.
She's just like thinking about, I do know Misty. No!
Oh no, would not land good. All right, you'll be all right. You'll be fine.
it wouldn't be the first time I've had to make a giant eagle save, so
I don't think it would be the first time that you've put this cleric to work either.
he's
She's
amazing.
just be like, well, now that you've stabbed me, as you can see, I have meat on my bones. Like this.
You hear stab and then you get an extra poke for that. There's no word that comes out, but you hear stab and then bop, you get another one.
And another one.
Another one, right? Either way, catch your attention while in the skies. If you can get aloft in the air somehow, then I would suggest finding a perch that's high enough to be near or above the clouds. Probably hard to find in a desert, but we have plenty of mountains here.
I've actually taken to the air before.
Fantastic.
I'm capable of flight. It does take some concentration, a night's rest, some rearranging of my mental space. But usually that's reserved for, like she's casted the spell so much you can just like hear it going off in her head.
Yeah.
And just the haste spell.
That's what I normally do.
It's normally reserved for haste, although I do rarely get the opportunity to throw a fireball into the crowd. It's just like about the many times her comrades have been in the way. It's just, maybe I could let that go for a day.
Now, one thing I do want to bring to your attention, if you do wind up finding Ayala a suitable patron, so to speak, and she takes some delight in you, there's a chance she will change some of your abilities to better match what she follows. It isn't uncommon to hear her fire propensity for fire, that is changed into something that is more on the radiant side. Therefore, perhaps not pure fire, but a more celestial version of it instead.
Kandara's gonna love that.
Radiant ball.
That feels weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Hey, Rylan,
Sparkle and falling out of the sky, guys.
remember when I dragged your unconscious body by the foot into battle as an eagle?
Did I fall pretty?
Ixnay on the F day.
I mean, you were just asleep. He wasn't beaten unconscious. He was just magically put asleep. I had to wake him up. It was quite dramatic.
Sounds very dramatic. But
he's heavier than he looks.
I mean,
him? Really? You see him. Ryland, you are subjected to the next round of pokes.
Yes! Mission accomplished.
Considering armor, I understand. And that large helmet of yours, I always thought was unnecessary, but you do what makes you feel best. Was there anything else I could answer while I'm here?
Actually, so getting her attention is one thing, but I also think it's important to understand what she expects of her followers, as well as maybe to learn more about her.
Of course, I can. She, interestingly enough, favors non-humans as her followers, which you have that in spades, it seems. The two of you, neither of you are human, so that's great. Again, the Phoenix certainly helps with her. Typically, she is depicted as a woman of very deep red skin, with large feathery wings. That tend to kind of be orange and red. You can see why she likes the Phoenix and the orange and red from the birds and the feathers as well. Interestingly enough as well, there are some dwarves that worship her as well, but not necessarily from the flight aspect, but because of the celestial radiance that they believe is necessary in dark places, whether that be the Underdark or whatever mountains they have carved out into their homes or their fortresses. But they look towards her as well, both for guidance as well as a way to light the path, both literally and metaphorically. Besides that, most clerics of her kind tend to use their abilities to purge the undead. She's not a fan of them at all, and typically, while she is a very disciplined individual, if she comes across the undead, she believes they should be eradicated with the utmost prompt violence when it comes down to it. But she's very nice. One thing about her that I hope that you appreciate, at least, she is very relaxed in terms of perhaps a creed or what you might deem necessary for her to see you in a good light, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So long as you find yourself on the path of trying to do what's best for you and those around you, and you do what you can to get rid of any undead that happen to cross your path, you're probably in good standing with her.
Think you change paths?
Towards Valen.
Riley's totally like Josh. Like, good thing you changed paths, brother.
Yeah, sometimes
pretty
I'm on the fence
interesting,
with
would you
that.
say?
He looks at Irene. You're not out of those woods yet, lady.
I'm not.
I heard they're on fire.
Your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like,
Is there
like mentally, she's like, fuck.
is there a conflict?
With Irene always, but she does a good job of getting out of it.
Is it something I can possibly help with, or?
She has a set of family in the Shadowfell that like to not like men and raise them as their companions.
Oh,
I think is the right word.
It sounds like I should never go to the Shadowfell. But if you said their family, is it?
Wouldn't recommend it.
0 out of 10, but not recommended.
Like, the whole team has flashbacks.
Nope.
But understandingly, if it is a belief system that you follow, there might be some conflict, I suppose. So you are water, and yet you have fire in you, and you have darkness, and you're trying to bind with the light. There's a lot of conflict in one body. He pokes you one more time.
She's starting to get used to it at this point. It's just kind of like in the acceptance phase of
Go for it.
What I say or do, I will get votes.
Right. And the end of it is like, it's a cane for half giant, right? So like it's pretty thick. It's like a good, probably like 4 inches in diameter. So like when you get hit, it's a big knob. Like it's almost like a fist.
Getting hit with like a baseball bat.
Right. Pretty much. Like thicker, honestly. But yeah, you're getting jabbed by that every so often.
I guess the bright side to this one is I actually can choose this time.
For the most part, I believe everyone is deserving of choice. So it sounds like you have some to make. And perhaps some bonds to strengthen, and perhaps other bonds to weaken, if a choice is to be made.
Suppose you're right. She just feels old.
She just takes a second.
Turns gray.
On this episode of Questioning Irene's Decisions.
But
Elder.
this actually might help. I collect some of these from around the area. It's you stay familiar with it. But you see him kind of rummage through his robes. With now that he opened up, he almost looks like one of those like you want to buy some shit. There's just like pockets everywhere on the inside of his.
Yeah, he's about to sell some boxing gloves and markers. Like.
Right. Exactly. He's got some shady shit to sell you. And you were surprised because as he was walking out, like even with his like tall, confident strides, you didn't hear any like jingle jangling or nothing. Like he was just a man in robes walking around, no big deal. But as he opens it out, you can actually see some sort of like some metallic thing sort of dangling from him. Anyone who has proficiency in religion can give me a religion check as he is opening this up, and you kind of have a second to look at everything that's.
We about to get that divine Rolex, y'all.
Where is? I have my character sheet open and it's gone. It's okay.
Yeah,
I believe. Oh.
There it is.
Andrea has been rolling garbage for his religion checks lately. Oh my god.
That's because his religion is punching people.
That's true. Oh my god, you rolled a 3.
You did the 3. Remember that music video? Oh, girl's gonna be like, oh.
Oh yeah. It's okay, girl's gonna be that's not good at all.
You're doing great.
You're doing awesome. Keep it up. But you go to take a look at what's inside of his robes, and it does seem to be many different kinds of what's the word I'm looking for here? Symbols. There we go. Symbols of various deities, and you can tell that they're kind of gathered more for kind of like study or reference as opposed to like I follow all of these.
Right.
And at the very quick glance, Codrono, I think the only thing you really get is that most of them seem to be nature of some kind. But for Valen, even though it was a natural 3, you did get a total of 18. So you are getting some that you are familiar with, some that you aren't. The first one that you notice is actually one that is known mostly for being a dwarven god, a chaotic good dwarven god of nature called Thard Har. I will let you try to spell that first before I give you the correct spelling.
You said Thard Par?
Thard Har. No D.
Hard.
Har. Oh, very close. Very close.
Well, we gotta ask about Omar Chai.
Oh my god. Fucking damn. Har. Nailing it in chat right now. 30 har. Get the fuck out. Take your shit and get out. I'll let you go. I'll let you so much. All right. Is that all the guesses before before I give you the correct?
Okay, can you say that name one more time?
Thard Har.
Okay.
That's my okay. Still don't understand.
I didn't make this up, just so you know.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't sitting alone being like, that's a good name, Thard Har.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. No, all right. Kit's fucking nailed it again, my man. Kit's is killing it. Yeah, THARDHRR.
Damn it!
You
One
were
letter
so
off.
close. You were so
One
close.
letter off.
Yeah. Oh my god. But you do recognize this symbol as it seems to be two clawed gauntlets that are kind of like crossed and fair, not fangs, claws out. And you do recognize this is Thard Har, a chaotic good dwarven god of wilderness and hunting. In a way, it was kind of, in a strange way, kind of like the dwarven version of Myliki. So that's kind of the first symbol that you, upon seeing it, as soon as he opens it, you do see. The other one that you do see Myliki. You are very familiar with her, but you do catch her the second he opens up. The other one that you see, that you were a little surprised to see, is a symbol of an Orcish rune. Do you know Orcish? Can you read Orcish?
I can't read Orcish.
You can't read Orcish. And actually,
I think I know Goblin though.
No.
Are there any like Goblin cognates? Hold on, let me just double check.
I don't think so. But with that,
I do know Goblin.
You do know Goblin. Fantastic. With that, Cordrono, with your 11 religion, this is probably the only thing that you catch. But Valen, you notice it, but you can't read it, so you're like, I'm not sure what the hell that is. You do know that it is Orcish. That's what you get through of it. But when he opens it up, Cordrono, you recognize this as Luthic, and it's the cave mother. She is a goddess that is technically lawful evil, but her domains are life and nature. But it is known that a lot of orcs, especially ones who follow Grumish, I always want to say Grumish, but I think it's Grumish. Yeah, tend to kind of not be a fan of hers. She's very strange in that she is very much one of nature, but she also kind of embraces the like destructive force of nature. But you see that, and like there's many other ones, but you kind of catch that. You mostly know that one because your mom educated you on some Orcish lore, and you're like, oh, that I can't recognize those. That's an evil goddess. What the? But as he's doing that, you guys get that jingle jangle look of the inside of his robes, and he, hi Nubs, yes, hi, yes, I see you. He pulls out what seems to be like a long, like threaded and braided, just like string almost, but it seems to kind of be of perhaps fur or even like natural fibers of some kind. You can't quite tell as he first pulls it out, but each braid seems to kind of have a different colored feather that wraps around it in a sort of spiral pattern, to the point where it almost looks like a tail, but it's clearly a manufactured thing from various different birds. But he pulls it out and kind of reaches over to hand it to Irene. This might help you while you're on your path to kind of get her attention. Again, she is very much a fan of flight and flying creatures. And this is sort of a collection of some that I think were perhaps divinely touched or watched over at some point, various feathered friends. So while you hold this in your possession, it might help.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She's gonna just look over it and see if she feels anything from it.
Give me a insight check.
Insight? Okay.
Insight, please, my friend.
I don't know. Can I bring up Euphemy sheet and roll her?
No, I'm sorry. Here's a
Cordrono.
happy sheet. You'd roll and get a 4 anyway. Oh no. Okay. You focus on it for a little bit, but it's a little bit hard at the moment. There's a lot that just got. You're pretty sure you might have some bruises from his cane pokes. Like you just got a lot of information on Ayala. You're not feeling anything at the moment, but even as it rests in your hand, it feels a bit cool. And I don't. Strong as 7. Does Irene wear gloves, or is she like gloveless? You got your fingers out? Like, what does it look like?
I think she's got her fingers out.
Okay, she's got her fingers out. Sounds.
She's like one of those fingerless glove casters. You can see it in her.
Got it. But while you hold it in your fingers, you can kind of feel what seems to be like the gentlest breeze against your fingers that you didn't feel before. Just kind of like testing it out, you transfer it to one hand, and the hand that doesn't have the feathers in it loses that feeling. But the one that's holding it still feels like a gentle breeze working its way through your fingers.
It's gonna kind of. So this thing is like can it be worn like a necklace or a pendant or?
It can be worn however you want. I usually hang it from my belt if I have any plans on being somewhere high or involving myself with any kind of avian friend. But you're welcome to wear it however you'd like.
She's gonna look from the place in her outfit to like put it where it would have the least air resistance, because she doesn't want to put it around her neck and then get strangled by her own.
Yeah, gotcha. Where do you think she'd put it?
That's a good question. Maybe loop it around her belt, or yeah, maybe she'll just like loop it around her belt.
Okay, sounds good. And
or even around her arm or something like that.
Okay, sure. Wherever you want to fasten it, you're welcome to put it.
Okay.
And Dubs like literally just went to the bathroom, so I'll tell him to look when he comes back to Flendy.
You didn't give us the spelling.
Oh, of Luthic. I'm sorry. Oh God, I didn't even see. I'm sorry. God damn it. Those are both wrong. Were there any in chat? Just Maya fucking ruined it. Oh, is that thick with 2 C's? God damn.
What do you mean? I'm enhancing it, okay? People didn't know she was thick like that. And I informed them. So.
Luthic, you know that evil goddess who's thick.
She's a thick-ass loofah.
God damn it. You made me just type out thick, like just thick, and now I'm mad because it is a C. Lady, you were close.
That's why I went K.
Yeah.
That's why I went K.
Absolutely makes sense, but that is a quick spelling. Sorry, I forgot to give you the correct he continues. So when you are ready and to focus, just keep that on you, and that'll help get her attention just a little bit more.
Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. I do have limited time. Unfortunately, my next class starts relatively soon. Did you need anything else while I was out here?
Soon.
Oh, she looks at me. Speak.
2 things.
Yes.
Why would Talona, if you would know, be assisting the Gith Queen?
He very much makes that expression of like his body reels back for a second. She wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. They're in opposition. They're Murtiswa. Does that sound familiar to you? Murtiswa?
I feel like Ryland's like getting ready to tackle his ass.
That does sound familiar, actually. Very recently, our chieftain had an invitation by some such person.
No, we believe it to be malevolent in the extreme.
Can we see that invitation? I need to go back.
It's with he's kind of busy at the moment. I can certainly send the message.
Hold on. Did you read it?
No, he simply. The Council of Elders is here to advise him in any situation that comes about. And anything that comes about, he is sure to share with us. So we have our input, and he has his. Of course, everything is his decision and when it comes down to it, but he makes sure to listen to us and weigh all the options. But he brought it up the other day.
What I mean is, when you got the invitation, did anyone's eyes turn white, get clouded over?
Not that I have seen. No. Is that a common thing when you get invitations?
No, it's part of his curse.
Fantastic. I will be sure to let him know. I don't think he planned on arriving, but he mentioned that it was on his doorstep in the morning. He wasn't sure how it got there.
Yeah.
This morning?
What is the chieftain's first name again?
Gitahi.
That's with a G, right?
Yes, it's a hard G. Strong G.
Okay, well, that's good at least. Yeah, obviously, that if you could find out anything else about him and let us know, we believe.
Carefully.
I hate to say it, but I think they're already marked if they're talking to your chieftain. That door is already open.
Mentioned it was some kind of summit where all the great minds were to meet, and they were interested in expanding their knowledge of what was around. And
Would this summit be in the
located?
air by any chance?
I was unaware of the details. They didn't actually tell him where they would be meeting him. They simply said that he had to respond, and then afterwards, location and information would be given.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, one last thing. Malar.
Malar. Oh, Malar, yes.
Let's say I want to.
Like he opens up his robes and you see him kind of pull out the symbol. Oh, this one, you recognize that like clawed kind of rigor mortis hand with blood on it, right?
I'm painfully familiar with that. Yes. Do you happen to know where they congregate? We have some information we want to get to him that might actually help us. Kind of an enemy of my enemy situation.
You're interested in speaking with Malar?
Please tell him how bad of an idea that is.
Preferably not directly, but if need be.
If you're looking to make contact with him, I fear you may be looking to do things that you're not comfortable with.
Well, so I guess there's a servant of his is being co-opted and or resurrected by one of our enemies. The idea is to inform him of such a situation and let the cards fall where they may. I really don't want to get overly involved or make ourselves a target, as we already have more than enough on our plates as it is. And he has plenty of reason to be upset with us to begin with, having killed a healthy amount of his followers.
I think my only suggestion to you would... there are two ways to get in contact with a deity, or at least get their attention, or in some way inform them of any information you want to share. The first is you find a temple and you pray real hard. Get their attention that way. The second is you follow whatever commandments they might want, perhaps a shrine, perhaps something that they revel in. Malar is one of slaughter, and the strongest surviving and such. If you participate in a hunt in which the strongest survives and you make a show of it and perhaps pray to him, there's a chance you'll get his attention that way as well.
Yeah, I don't like that second option. I understand where you're coming from, though. You wouldn't happen to know of any temples around?
He's not one for temples, really. Instead, you might find sacrificial grounds.
Still liking this idea?
No, but I think it's worth the risk.
I feel like let's go.
Well, look, all right, hear me out. Look, all right, let's play this out for a second. It's not obviously a priority, but let's just play this out for a second. We find a sacrificial ground, right? Either they let us in and we tell him what it is, or they fight us, we kill them, and then he already likes us at that point because we proved that we were stronger, and we tell him anyway. And we killed some bad guys on the way. So from how I'm seeing it, it's some work, but it's kind of a win-win. That's at least how
If
I'm
that's
processing
the case, shouldn't
this.
he already like us then, since we took care of his dispatch with Klausner?
Maybe he does. I don't know.
But you did not make the killing in his honor. The important thing is that after you kill him, you speak directly to him and therefore catch his attention.
Do you intend to honor him?
I mean, if I have to kill his own people in his temple, yeah.
If you kill his own people in his temple, he will find you will have his attention.
Probably not in a good way.
I just need his
Definitely not in a good way.
Technically, we've already done that twice over, haven't we?
I also want to make it clear that Malar himself is a brute and certainly not one for hugs, but he and his followers are not necessarily truly evil. I'm not sure how to kind of convey this. He goes against many of the things that we believe, of course, and we are not comfortable with him or his followers. But you may find that a trapper that works nearby is actually a follower of Malar and is just interested in proving their strength and proving their might. It's not uncommon to find one. It's just not uncommon to find the more perhaps fanatical ones who will try and
Go a little too far.
make sure that the word of Malar is spread and seen as far as possible. But when it comes down to it, he needs life in order to ensure that he is seen as the strongest. If he kills everybody and it's just him, then there's no one else to fight, and that is a sad day for a Malorite.
I feel like that tone, Rylan, it's going to kind of like click into place for Rylan that, oh shit, we do need help stopping the latter part of his dislike of happening. Fuck.
But he's going to turn to Rylan. Look, man, this is really more your realm. If you're truly uncomfortable with it, I'll drop it. I think it's an opportunity to actually get some passive assistance from our enemies against an enemy.
I don't exactly agree with this path, but technically, I feel like we might already be on his radar because of our previous encounters with his servants. We've already decimated them numerous times over. We won, improved ourselves the strongest. So I feel like if we were to do so again, it would probably be easy.
I will also mention, if you run into a lycanthrope of some kind, they typically seem to be followers of Malar.
Run into who?
Lycanthropes.
A lycanthrope.
Any lycanthropes.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've met him in this campaign. No, we've met him in your campaign.
Yeah, in my campaign, I don't know.
Not in this one.
Irene's a rare phoenix. Does that count?
No.
No.
See, the reason that they tend to be very familiar with Malar is he is one of the symbols in his portfolio is the moon. So, very often, controlled by the moon, lycanthropes tend to flock to him very often. Especially because when they are changed, they are more bestial. And none more bestial than Malar.
Okay. Valen.
I did get permission from Yoriana. I just have to be careful.
Yoriana is the seeker of truth no matter what it is, so she will probably agree to most things so long as it means you get answers.
Oh my god, you're serving siege.
It's
Get out of here.
in her defense, that is exactly how she got to where she was.
Oh.
I agree. It doesn't, I mean, they make it sound like I'm crazy. It doesn't sound that crazy, right? Like,
oh, it sounds crazy, but I'm not 100% against it.
but
Just go over again the rest of your plan, and so we can make sure
Okay.
we poke all the holes in the ways this
Sure.
can go wrong.
So we heard that Cosvena was promised, right? A foe that we slayed at great cost to ourselves.
Yep.
Twice.
Now,
Mhm. Yep.
the idea of her coming back and having to fight her again is not one that I relish. But she was a treasured servant of Malar.
Yep.
And raising her in that such a way, I feel goes against his nature-y survival of the fittest type of stuff. Dead should stay dead, I assume, right? Am I not wrong with that? If that's the case, and we inform Malar, whether or not he's successful, he could send his agents against Mirchiswa or whoever the heck is orchestrating this.
Stop saying that name.
Why?
We need to get into the habit of practicing more caution as a general rule. So
There's a reason V. is still abbreviated.
Perhaps you should come up with a code name.
That bitch.
Meerkat Man.
Meerkat.
So in case
do
Meerkat
like
Man is
Meerkat Man.
involved, regardless, we inform them, he takes action. That's another front that now Meerkat Man has to deal with. And if we have to kill some followers to do it, it's a win-win. Right? We're taking some, assuming they're not trappers or, lycanthropes just doing whatever, but from our experience, they weren't too friendly. I plan on going in a non-hostile manner, for the record. But should push come to shove, we're well equipped to shove.
To be quite honest, if you run into a hunter who is very much interested in hunting, there's a good chance that they're at least familiar with Millar. May have even offered up a kill to him. It's not uncommon. It's just uncommon you find those who are willing to go to such lengths, as what I've heard. He kind of looks over at Ryland and kind of like nods to himself, like, right.
Do we know of any hunters?
I'm just more worried about the issues that could cause if he fills some of the vacuum that's going on and gets his hand on that kind of power. He's tried it once.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. My understanding of demons is not that in depth. But if he wants to take over a few, that might be an improvement.
What if he comes after Yoriana again?
He has to come after his followers, which means I'm going to be
He did
busy.
it once.
I don't disagree. But I don't think he's in a position to win that war, but throwing him in there destabilizes our enemies.
From what I have reached out and researched, at least, Yoriana has been bolstering her forces as well. I do believe her temple has been heard to have been back in tip-top shape, and others have been seeking her out as well. So she's not in the dire straits she was before.
Excellent.
It does feel
Johnson's been
like
busy.
we are playing with fire here. That's funny coming from me. But we do this. We still need to be extremely extra careful and keep this, I guess, enemy of my enemy approach as shallow as possible. Given that, well, two of you are tied to divinity and also Cadrono, and she kind of looks at this new holy symbol she's acquired, and it's like it seems like we're shifting into a place where more clashes are probably inevitable.
All right, so I guess break this down for me what your concern is.
Well, we seem to be more and more aligned against Millar. So if we do work with him, I expect this alliance, or not even alliance, but temporary truce or ceasefire or
It's
whatever.
not even that. I'm just letting him know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to convince him. I'm not trying to work for him. It's just, hey man, someone's.
But if he does fill that vacuum
in your kitchen, rummaging through your cupboard, you might want to do something about that, and then I'm going to leave.
Hey man, I know I killed some of your top dogs, but there's a dude in your kitchen. You might want to see that.
Yeah.
You ain't hear it from me though.
You know,
this is the one god in which that's acceptable. Well, not the one. There are a few others, but this one in particular just honors strength. So if you find a way to kill his, who are strong, he'll be very happy to speak with you.
Okay. Who's doing the talking? Because this is going to be awkward. She's just going to look to Cadrono, who is just like, all muscle.
One that is physically fit would help, and you see him kind of give the casters a poke each. Just starts with Valen. No. Starts with everything better. Goes to Cadrono, gives him a poke. Good. And back to Ryland. Also good. Yes. Stronger ones. Good. I will also say it is probably important that they are tied to some kind of deity, just to understand that there is no plan that they are interested in forming, which the two of these gentlemen have. So if you do get a chance to have a word, I would suggest sending strong, capable men here.
we have the tools.
You do.
Just a matter of we have the will to do it. And again, I'm not making this a priority. It just shouldn't it fall into our lap.
Should a Malorite come skipping into your view, I'm sure you'll take care of it.
No, we'll take care of it.
How do you feel about this?
Who did you ask?
Cadrono, how do you
Oh,
feel?
Cadrono. I'm sorry. You were speaking so low, I couldn't hear you.
Giorno, how do you feel about this?
Giorno.
That's a cute movie.
Can that be his Malorite or his Shadowfell name?
Giorno.
Cadrono in the real round. DiGiorno in Shadowfell.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not a cleric. It's the Giorno.
Oh no.
I hate and approve of this at the same time. So sorry, you were just asking Cadrono how he felt about the Malorite stuff, right? Okay.
Malorite?
Yeah, Valen has a wonderful plan to get in contact with Malar. And this elder basically said to send either you or Ryland in to speak to Malar, perhaps.
What was it?
He say send Ryland? Get
Yep.
the fuck out of here.
You did?
Ryland's
I forget. That was-
Alright, hold on 1 second.
All right, Ryland, you up for the plan you don't like?
I'm waiting for Foos to catch him up, but yeah, I got some for that.
I love the skirt.
I mean, let's be honest. If we don't do something about this, we're fighting her again.
Maliki wants me to hunt her.
Valen doesn't have an answer to that.
Holy derailment, man! Damn, I've never. That's great.
He can't argue with like someone that you serve, like a god. You know what I mean? Like, well, she's wrong. Like, no, that's her will. Maybe.
Unless Kodrono is retconning. Oh, she still looks fine. Okay.
Unless the other thing too is like, what's the chances that they'll kill her? Right? What if we? Okay, let's make the assumption that she's still somehow either resible or alive, right? She's formidable. What if they throw some Malorites at her? They just weaken her. You know, we come in, finish the job.
I understand. I don't know why I said that like that. That was weird.
That was great though. I liked it.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't always like stuff like this, but he's gonna kind of look over the group and, you know, I will always step into the fray first if I need to.
Thank you. I just look. The last 2 nights have taught me that we can't brute force everything, right? We have too many enemies to kill in a single night, as Ryland, you and I both know. I'm just trying to get some help.
In any case, I apologize to interrupt this. I have limited time. So was that the end of your questions, or did you need something else?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's
Oh, listen.
Oh, I did want to that note. Did you physically see it?
Did I physically see what?
The note.
He did bring it to our meeting. Yes.
Can you, by chance, oh, what did he used to do? Minor image it or something?
Oh, well, not quite my thing, but
but yeah, Valen, do you have the
Yes.
note?
yes, of course. Do you want me to minor image something?
Does it match this handwriting?
He'll mage hand it.
yes, actually, yes, very similar.
Ryland's gonna kind of. We need to see that note.
Okay. The chieftain is a bit busy, but I will see if I can find some time from him. But anyway, if it's okay, Flandy, I see you like, give me a second.
Spouse aggro.
Yeah.
Faint, play dead.
But in any case, if you have any other questions, I'm here for a few more minutes. But I do have to head back soon, and it was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Omar Chai? What's his name? Ahmad?
A large eye.
He's a good god, right? He's one that's just generally benevolent, not tricks.
Obad High?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh, well, I mean, I will say he's not one for tricks, but he is of the neutral alignment.
Would you say it's odd that a succubus would maybe know of his temple?
Indescribably so, yes.
Okay, great. That's what I was thinking. I just, nature isn't my thing, so I just wanted to
She didn't.
check out. Thank you.
She's there because it's a safe house, not because she follows.
Do you want me to pose the question? Would it be odd for a succubus to have a safe house with, what's the name of Omar Chai? Ahmad?
God damn it! It's not Omar Chai! Omar High. Oh, God.
Omar Hi. I like Omar Chai better. It flows better.
If you had asked me that a year ago, I'd probably say yes. But she's one of, as we discussed, and as... Can y'all hear those fireworks going out there? Going insane.
I am so sorry. That's probably me.
No, I don't hear anything.
No, it's on my, fireworks in my background.
We had some here, too, and I was like, I don't know if you guys are hearing that.
It was just constant.
But I'm not hearing anything from you guys.
Good. But he's like, she is fighting for herself, fighting for her in the way that we fight for each other. Kind of sad if you think about it, but if that is something that's available for her to find to meet that goal, it's something she would use. Just not doing anything detrimental to this deity's temple, I would think. Otherwise, he would do something about it.
Well, likely, yeah. It is unusual, yes. And she sounds unusual as well. But perhaps I'll find a few more answers the more time you spend with her or in that temple. Safe house? Whatever that was.
How did he find the chieftain?
We're unsure. There were no reports of anyone walking there or...
Rylan's kind of saying that out, he said it out loud, but he was like, he just
Not
got... He,
the answer, yeah. Yeah.
There's a level of knowledge there that these notes don't get delivered per se, but just appear, and
It might be our fault.
How so?
If he was tracking or involved with Vorum, then it makes sense that he would maybe check up on him, find him in your village.
Oh, that's entirely possible. If the tracking happened through him.
He has some way of locating or either creating or locating these entwined souls.
Also, we are but a small village. Can't see what information he could get from us. That would be something important.
Well, your son is currently fighting. The son of your village is currently fighting against him, so.
Well, we have a few things to answer, it sounds like. But I will see if the chieftain has some time, and if I can get my hands on the notes, I will be sure to show it to you. If I get the chance.
Appreciate
we'd
it.
respond to it ourselves to get the answer to this meetup location? Or do you think it's just an inn?
Interestingly enough, it came with a blank sheet of paper. We sent it to Wangu for some understanding, perhaps. She did detect that it was full of magic and that the intention was that whatever he wrote would simply be sent to whoever cast the spell and made that paper anyway. So the idea is that he'd have to write back a yes or no.
Rylan, do you want to chase this down yourself?
He's gonna kind of look at the group. It's like, you did say it had magic, right? Out of character.
ain't about that
Yeah.
message. You understand?
I know this is hitting close to home for you. So if you want to go into the lion's den, I'm with you. I just want to know
Quite
where you
literally.
stand on it.
Um,
What if you were made temporary chieftain?
Rylan's actually going to laugh, like belly laugh, like just he
It is a cacophony of laughter because all of the furbolgs start laughing as well. The elder, the guardians, Hasina, and Kaya, even Chega starts laughing as well.
well, I don't think even this is danger strong enough for that to happen.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that way you can. I know honesty is a big thing in your village, and trickery is frowned upon. So I mean, it's a little sleight of handy, but you know,
It would be likely
chieftain's
that
chieftain.
Gitahi will answer yes or no. The circle of elders has suggested at this time that he say no, but he hasn't made his decision. It only arrived a few nights ago.
Would you want to go as an emissary, maybe, or better yet, a champion?
He's quite the champion.
I would be the best candidate for someone
All
to
right,
lead
so
the
I'm
village.
thinking 2 giant eagles flying above. We airdrop.
Okay,
Padrono.
if you don't mind, I apologize. I must
Yeah.
interrupt. I have a class that will be starting in a few minutes.
I'll head back with you. I
Sure.
would like to address this sooner rather than later, if you guys don't mind.
Sure. And you are welcome to follow me back. And as you're getting ready, Hasina kind of speaks up. I'll take you to the chieftain. I'm not sure if he's available, but we can have a talk.
We probably need to.
Yes.
You have the note, right? Hold on to that. You can use that.
Can he come with?
And who?
Valen.
It's like what? Okay, I understand. If I can,
Roll your persuasion.
No.
Disadvantage.
Galen's doing the like Chappelle, huh?
yeah. Because soon as he kind of was like, he's talking to somebody else. Man, wait, what?
Yeah.
Do I get advantage because he's Cambish's dad
You don't.
and he
think you're
technically signed
talking to
the
Hasina.
paperwork?
She's the chieftain in training. This is a lot of responsibility you're putting on her right now.
Come on, magic rules.
Okay, you whispered it to me, but it was a 16.
Oh shit! Yep, I did. Sorry.
Total. You see her like make the face that I make, which is like she kind of just winces, and he's important to you and important to this, and I get that. I think we still need more time.
That's fine. Yeah, I completely understand.
Will a 9 help?
Oh, oh yeah, you did have inspiration. Yeah, a
I just
25.
realized.
All
I
right.
realized what time it was. I was like, ooh, we should probably use these.
All right. Do you want to add? Do you want to add maybe like what you'd say to kind of?
It's like he is my brother, and he has saved me more times than. Well, quite frankly, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him, and he does have a better understanding of this magic than I do.
He saved me a lot too.
I fear I'd be wasting the chieftain's time if I tried to explain this myself.
You see like a deep sigh come out of her, and just sort of like rolls each of her shoulders, almost like as if she's getting ready for a spar. But all right.
I still have a couple spell slots. Let's do it.
No,
This isn't a child going combat thing. I'm not going to do well in close quarters. I promise you.
Look, if I can't
We
cast,
lied just this once.
well, he has to stay by the entrance, and that's it. The chieftain can come to the entrance, but we can't let him all the way in. You're in
He's
for
gonna
quite
let- He's gonna pull on it just a little bit longer and be like, "Yet."
You see her eyes like narrow on you for just a second. Anyway.
And that he's doing to purposely try to lighten the mood.
Yeah. Like you see that like she kind of smiles a little bit at him, but she's like yeah, all right, let's stay close and don't walk too far. We're gonna kind of
feel
leave
like
you in
this-
the entrance as we mentioned, so. She'll
I
have a
feel like
look that
this
not many.
relationship is very much a Foozca and planning relationship.
Yeah, kind of, very much. Just, get your shit in order. What the fuck? Just like hanging out, like having a good time. She's also saddled with responsibilities, so that's part of the reason. Anyway, with like hesitation, but just like, okay, let's go. You guys, Valen, Ryland, Kahia, and the Elder all head back. So I'm just
We could blindfold him if that helps.
It doesn't. I will have you know that
Everybody likes chains.
he has the honor of being the very first Githyanki in our land.
Well, that's saying something.
That's saying quite a bit. And Valen, as you kind of get up to get ready to go along, you see Kevin kind of stand up, and you look to see what he's been doing this whole time. There's like an exquisite stack of rocks beside him that he's just been like carefully piling on. And at first it looked terrible, like just whatever, like just putting rocks on top of each other. But you can see, like, the progression of like regular rocks to like, you know, those like peaceful art things where they like they balance rocks in crazy ways,
Yeah.
like on a river or something, and they just take a picture and they're like balance.
Yeah.
And like he gets to that degree of like sculpture with his rocks in the corner, but you see him stand up and he's just, where are we going?
I'm sorry, brother. You're gonna have to stay here.
But where are you going?
I'm going to the entrance. I need to. They're very protective of their lands.
Okay, so I have to stay here where I don't understand anyone.
You know, I'd give you the crown, but it would take you an hour just to attune to it.
I mean, that thing's also like teeth. That's pretty cool, though.
It is pretty cool. It also gives you like protection against like death magic and stuff.
That's cool.
Also had a lich in it.
Damn, Lich. It's gone now.
But Irene, I'm sure will take great care of you.
Huh?
I'm
gonna do what?
I mean, it's all right. I mean, if you need
babysit my brother, if you don't mind.
Who needs babysitting?
Sure.
Not you, sir. Not you.
It's fine. I'm sorry. I thought I was.
All right. How about let me choose? Why don't you
She's
keep
gonna
her?
look to Kevin and be like, "It's gonna be okay."
Okay.
Yeah.
What did she say?
She said it's gonna be okay.
Okay. Okay.
How about this? Why don't you look at it like you're just on security duty, keeping her safe?
I'm keeping her safe from the birds and the sun. I see. It's fine. It'll be all right. I'll just stay here. I'll wait.
I won't be
more
long.
rocks.
They look great, by the way. I like them.
Hey,
Can you try doing an arch?
But then they'll just fall.
No, that the if you do the arch correctly, the keystone will keep them all together.
The what? All right.
The
look,
keystone. They're gonna. It's gonna balance. They're all gonna hinge on one stone in the middle.
You're gonna come back to the best damn keystone arch that you've ever seen.
I'll hold you to it.
All right.
Inside check. No, I'm kidding. I can't understand that.
I like step over.
After hearing only Valen's part of the conversation, you see a very focused Kevin taking apart his stones. Really trying to stack them in a different way.
Irene's gonna step over and be like, did he learn more than okay?
He learned some basics, right? Like help, stop, like stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Exactly. Kind of like important keywords, but not
not enough to like pull context out of sentences. He needs to get verbs and stuff so you can at least learn some of the action that's going on. But yeah, he's gonna go with Ryland.
Okay. Sounds good.
In that case, Irene like start like she's gonna like see if she could start building a rock tower next to his. It's almost like a Jenga competition.
Yeah.
He's gonna like pick one up and be like stone, rock,
rock,
both.
He's gonna call him rock both now.
And you see him point at one of the stones. Both.
No.
No.
Rock.
Same.
Stone and rock, same.
Roxanne.
Yeah, she's gonna try to like teach him like.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom check to see how much you get across, and I will roll an int check for him, and we will see how well this little session goes.
This is gonna be a calamity.
What's the range for his int buff for me?
Yep, there it is. Oh wow.
It's not a save, it's just a check, not a save.
Yeah, I know. I don't even have the +5. It's
Yeah, that's a oh god.
that's a strong ass 3.
There's nothing about that 3 that's strong, girl.
Wrong.
You're stepping
Actually,
away.
I hit your average, and that is a 4.
That's a good point because you're walking away, so his int is not going to be the same.
Ooh.
You made it.
So if you're leaving, all right, here we go, baby. Okay, much better.
All right.
He seems to be catching on, but like you don't seem to like catch on to like how literal he's being with everything. So it's literally like, when you're doing like same or both, he's like, "This is a rock, stone, same, and both." it's all of those words. So like he's listening very carefully, but he's thinking like every single word is everything you're pointing at. But yeah, those are the shenanigans that you guys are up to in the meantime. But I'll have you guys head back. And in the meantime, I gotta pee, and we haven't taken our break, so I'm gonna have us take a break real quick. We'll say it's a 10-minute break or so. It's 10:48, so let's be back at 10:58. So we can get back to this. But I gotta go pee, and we can take our break. But we'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Bye.
So are we?
I'm back. Then there's this countdown after.
Hello.
Hello, we're back.
Welcome back to Difficult Terrain,
Welcome
where
back.
we are constantly traumatized by foods. Our
Get
GM.
out of here!
All right, Eeyore.
The more it comes up, the more people are gonna believe you.
Difficult
Gotta-
psychological terrain.
You just have to own it.
The trauma train.
Choo-choo,
Life is pain
population
in
you.
difficult terrain.
Oh my god. Anyway, everything's happy and lovely in the world of difficult.
Not really. We were fretting on the break what we're gonna do with our son during these next potentially lethal fights. So it might seem cheerful, but we're like, yo, I don't know what to do with his 8-year-olds.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry.
8 3/4.
I'm just gonna narrate a little bit of what is happening with Irene because you are currently in a rock stacking competition with Kevin Ball, also trying to teach him how to, speak
Rollies.
common. What'd you say?
Rollies.
Rollies. We will in just a second. Because besides that, Kahia, Ryland's mother, did come back with more food. So you see her return and just kind of like just lay out this amazing spread of food. And you're also impressed at like how she was able to transport everything because some of them are like dipping sauces and like their bowls even seem to be kind of like wooden, but there's no like actual lid. They just kind of perfectly brought it out to the point where nothing spilled. Everything was remarkably intact by the time she brought it up to you guys.
Some kind of spell.
You don't sense any kind of like magic from it. Instead, it seems to be very much the skilled hands of a mother who has cooked and brought food into many different locations. You can also see that when she brought it over.
We seem to be. We have a new person watching. Hello, Husky.
Hello. That's Coda, right? Dakota.
He's just.
Yep, he's just hanging out. Oh, Dakota.
Oh, no, he knows we're talking
Now you
about.
put your back to him. Yeah, he's like, stop talking about me.
He's right here.
Aw.
Well, you also have blob cats in the background.
Blob cats.
Oh my god. Oh, there's
Aww. So cute. Yay.
Sorry. This interruption brought to you by Fur Critters.
We love our fur babies. That's why we have a whole
Yeah.
section in our Discord dedicated to them. More fur babies. I forgot what I was saying. What was happening?
Food was awesome, not
You were
magical.
navigating,
Food, awesome, not magical, correct. Being spread out in front of you. Not only was it carried by Kahia, but Hasina helped too, and she seemed to be very disciplined in carrying your mother's food for some strange reason. But the food is laid out ahead in front of you. And initially, Kevin doesn't seem to be paying attention. He still seems very preoccupied in making his like rock arch that he's trying to find out, and also listening to your teachings because he did roll pretty well on int, but he's not quite understanding entirely. But as he's doing that, it's probably while the big meeting flat rock that's in the center of this area was used as a table before, she's doing the same this time around. So it's kind of close-ish to everybody. And at some point, probably like when that table is about 75% full, you do see Kevin's face finally turn and look over to the food and just kind of like point to it and, okay.
Irene's gonna be like, okay.
And just like puts the rocks down and just, you see him like kind of rubbing off all the dirt on himself. He's like,
She's gonna go over to him and be like, wait. And then press the digitation, all the dirt off his hands and her hands.
okay. And it kind of like brings you in for an awkward hug and then it's just like, like immediately starts eating.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Hopefully they'll come back and have some more food. But I once I heard you guys were coming, I started cooking. So eat up. If you don't finish everything, you can take it with you. I have plenty at home. We're fine with food. So please eat up and enjoy. And as she's saying this, there's plenty of food in front of you as well. And something that probably surprised you a little bit is even though Kemen rushed to eat, like rushed to get there at the table, he's eating like very slowly. Like every bite seems to be kind of like savored and chewed slowly, and like he's almost like he's thinking about it before he swallows and then goes for another bite. But even though he kind of like rushed to be there, there's interesting patience about it that you were expecting in the way he eats. But he is there. He's relatively neat at the same time too, like as much as you were expecting at least. But he is sitting there eating. And
Just,
Chigga,
like, kind of look at his face and see if he's like having a good time, if he's enjoying it.
yeah, you get like a chipmunk cheek smile at some point where you just
She's gonna be like, then good,
good,
good.
good. I know good, good. Okay.
I know, good, good, okay. Okay.
Good.
She's gonna
Says it way too many times after that. But continues to eat and enjoy while he's there. And there is a point I'm gonna kind of just like shuffle the owl bears because they've been running around a little bit. She's still on watch. She's down here, and Kambish is nomming as well, having some fun and eating. There she is. Okay.
Oh, I forgot Kambish was back. Hey, Kambish.
Yeah, Kambish is back with them. Hi. Hey, I saw the village. It was really cool. It was really big and really green and like.
You can't tell me about what was inside it until they let me in. But did you have fun? Do you like being?
Yeah.
You have so many new homes.
I know. I went from none to like 3.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
It's so cool. It's so cool.
How do you like your newest one?
I like it. I like it a lot. It's really cool. This place is so cool. We should come back a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you have even more family. It just keeps growing.
You see him kind of like pause and the smile soften a little bit because he probably didn't register that far ahead. He was like, this is just really cool. And you're like, you have more family. And he's like, oh yeah. Oh, cool. I went from, this is so cool. This is awesome. I can't wait till you go inside. Like, and then you just see him kind of like spin his tires for a bit because he wants to talk to you about it, but he can't. So he's you gotta come inside. It's really cool. Just
Don't worry.
Short
What you
circuit.
can do in the meantime until I get to go inside is just like remember all the cool places so you can show me.
Okay. Rylan took me really fast, but I can run faster.
There was a
Not fast. He's just big. There's a difference.
You can be big and fast.
Was he big and fast in there?
No. But anyway, it was really cool. I can't wait for you to come in.
Me too. I'm glad you had a good time in there.
Thank you. And he just kind of starts eating again. And big, doofy smile on his face the whole time. Not only from the food, but from the kind of realization of you do have more family. You have another home. Like the love in your life exploded. And even though he's a child, he can absolutely kind of take that in. And you see him doing so as he eats and just kind of like looks at everyone bright-eyed and very, very happy. But you guys are here eating. And there is a moment where you do see Chega kind of break off from the group. He does eat a little bit, and there's a moment where Kahia kind of like taps his shoulder and is like, "That's for them. You get my food all the time." He's like, "But there's food, so can I have the food?" Like, of course you can have the food. Okay, it's fine. Like continues eating, but once he's had his fill, you see him kind of get up and you see him actually trying to get the attention of the owl bears as they seem to be kind of still running around, but a little less energy now because they've been going for a few minutes. So it's like they're almost at like burnt out stage, but still very happy about it. But as he starts kind of like interacting with them, Treebender is the first, as he has recognized him and then spoken to him before and seems to kind of greet him warmly, but otherwise, just kind of acknowledge him, but continue going about his business. But Channy seems to kind of bond with him pretty quickly. The two of them kind of play a little bit, and he even gets Channy to kind of like sit beside him and sort of catch his breath a little bit because the tiny owlbear child was running around with adults, so he's very tired at this point. But Duma and Benno also acknowledge him, and you see them kind of like starting to circle around him, but not in any kind of predatory, aggressive way, but just a sort of like, oh, I think we can understand you. That's very interesting. What's up, man?
Is it story time?
Yeah, in a way, it almost looks like they're circling him for story time, but they do seem to be listening to him, and he kind of happily talks to them all the while. It's kind of under his breath, but it very much reminds you of Ryland. Like the conversation is very like, "How's your day going? Oh, it's splendid. we have wonderful grass and dirt here, in case you're looking for such things. And my name is Che," and like slowly kind of introducing himself and seeing how they're reacting. If any time you see any kind of negative reaction from them, you see him immediately kind of step back. But he's very much vibing with the owl bears in the background is what's going on while you guys are eating. But as that's happening, we'll go back to the other team, which is Valen, Ryland, Kagrote, and Hasina. You guys are on your way back. If there's any conversation you want to have before then, you're welcome to have that. Otherwise, I will have you arrive at the village.
Oh, hey, I don't need the spotlight.
Valen will just like lean in and say, "I want you to know, I think I'm officially allowed closer to your village than mine."
I'd believe that.
He's gonna give him a big old hug and like carry him for like a ridiculous amount of time.
I didn't need emotional support. I was just letting you know the irony. Okay.
I understand that I'm biased, but we're better.
Yeah, we'll just yeah.
Okay, so then Bradley's just gonna recap. Like, note, how many days is it until the King's thing? 2 days?
2, 3. It's 3. I always think it's 2, but it's 3 because this is the longest day in D&D
You
history.
had the longest night in the world. This is the longest 24 hours in D&D history.
Yeah. So
And
it is
even
3
longer,
days.
48.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, 3 days.
All right, so we know when that is. And he's just like kind of doing exactly what I'm doing here, just creating a word vomit thought and then bringing it back, and then more, and then back, and then. I don't want to bring Cambiche to this.
I agree. But
We can't
it's
exactly leave him at home.
no, by himself.
Maybe it would be good for him to stay here and be safe.
I just feel bad we just adopted him and now we're leaving him here.
We're not leaving him. You give him the chance to learn my culture.
That's
Maybe
how
learn
a mature
some-
adult will see it. But an 8-year-old boy who's getting probably a little too used to adventuring might not see it that way. But I your heart's in a great place, and I do agree with you. I just
He's gonna. I mean, he can learn some discipline while he's here, hone his skills. We do train people to be able to protect and defend, watch out for things. Could be a win-win.
look. I love our new son. I don't know if discipline's high up on his list.
I think he'll think it's cool.
Okay.
Obviously, we still have to talk to the others, and
Of course.
obviously
of course.
not last, but Cambiche as well. But
Yeah.
I think it might be we can't send him to your home. He's gonna chuckle.
I can't even go to my home.
Hey, I know I can't commit. Will you watch my son?
Honestly, I'm sure they would take him, but that's not a place I want him.
Wait, what? No, stop that.
I'm the only one that it's exiled.
Anyways,
Um,
I think it's worth talking. I'm sure. Actually, I know Mom and Dad won't mind. In fact, they'll be probably mad that I'm not staying as well.
Well,
not
they're very happy about it, and they have another one on the way. Don't forget.
that's true.
How long until that happens?
Good while.
And Riley, because she told them
Yeah,
ish.
she's in very early stage pregnancy, so and also they carry longer, so it's probably another like 10 months.
Just kind of like checking the back. All right, we need to come back. No
So
later
he's
than
gonna have
for
an
sure.
uncle that's younger than him.
It happens.
Yo. Yeah, when you have regular years mixed with creatures that live for centuries, it's like things get weird.
Hey, come bitch, meet your new uncle.
This is your uncle. Ow.
You must respect them.
Yeah, I think not leaving, but like letting him stay here is probably good. The other thing is, are they gonna let him into that party? No, right? They're not letting an 8-year-old onto that crazy party. And let's be honest, a place
Well-
of dignitaries is that's an assassination waiting to happen.
And remember why we're going in the first place. It's not because it's safe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But do we do it? And we also have the exchange. The problem is we have a couple of days in between. Like realistically, we can keep him for a day or two, and then bring him back.
We'll talk to him. We'll ask. We also got to figure out what we're doing with this note. I think we should respond to it
Yeah.
and pull it away from the village.
You know, we
But
are
that might also draw attention to it.
We are 100% walking into a trap when we go there. Like there is no way that's not a trap.
You might actually right now. Oh, he's gonna pull him a little to the side. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So if we do decide to follow through with this, not that you're not ever ready, but be ready.
I'm ready. He's gonna kind of do his divine sense. Just be like, yeah, I'm always ready. Except for when I'm tired.
There's kind of an amusing moment where, like, towards the end of this conversation, like, Hasina has been kind of walking ahead of you and hasn't been giving you any indication that she's listening or is reacting or anything. She seems to very much be on guard duty, her head on a swivel, just paying attention. But towards the end of it, you turn to look at Kagrote, who's just clearly leaning in and listening to everything. And, oh, are we done? Pardon me. Like, continues walking.
It's no worries. It's
Oh, we still got to talk to. Excuse me while I scroll.
Let me get through this shit real quick.
Wangu.
Wangu, yes.
yes.
Wangu.
Yes.
Wangu.
But I'm sure they'll be happy to meet with you as you step inside and we get all those things taken care of. By the way, are you still terrible at your religion studies?
Balin's biting his tongue off right now.
Just looks the other way.
He's just trying to.
Well, let's just. My focuses are elsewhere.
Your focuses were elsewhere most of your childhood too. You failed my class and Mwada's as well.
Yes,
You know,
yes,
He
we
picked
don't
up
need-
Celestial on his own.
Oh God! And the cane comes like rather than poking you, it just like whaps against your back instead. And like you're very grateful that you're wearing plate armor because it does make like a ringing sound. Well done, well done. That's see, I knew your talent was somewhere. You just had to find it.
He was reading at night. He was studying it. It was very impressive.
Please tell Mwada that you're reading. I think that alone will make you very happy. And like you can see, there's good natured sort of like
course,
bit in here, and he's just smiling. But
he's gonna try and say it's Celestial. It's like, yep, I've been studying a little bit.
oh, you know what I need from you, buddy? Give me that performance check.
Oh god!
You sure you want it to be persuasion that
Can I
know?
give him advantage because I'm kind of hyping him up? I'm his hype man.
You can't make him pronounce it better though, unless you're forming the words with his mouth.
I was trying to help you, brother. I don't.
Yeah, just say it like this. As you're saying it, you hear him listen to you, and just like, oh, very good, very good. It's good steps. Baby steps.
I'm still. Last night was rough, so we're working.
We had a very brutal night last night.
when you get to my age, every night is a brutal night. But I hope that you feel better tomorrow.
What happens in your village? We were fighting for our lives that whole night.
Oh no, it's just old bones. Things not working the way they used to. You understand?
I do.
Why do you understand?
He's very familiar with how bones work, Mike. An unusual movement of him.
Oh God! But as you make your way back, Valen, you are treated to the very the scene I recently described. As you're sort of walking through that Wakanda Vale, and the sounds of the singing and the laughter and the furbolgs that are sort of running about this area. The birds singing with the furbolgs in some cases, and being a little more aware of your surroundings than Ryland, you do actually hear some of the like katas of the people who are practicing their form and fighting styles, kind of like off in the distance, but you can sort of still make out the forms, the homes that are built into the environment rather than through it, and just life in every square inch of the space. And as you guys reach the entrance, and you probably walk in another like 15 feet before Hasina stops and turns to look at you guys. All right, this is where I'm going to have to leave you. I know you wanted to speak with Wangu. I'm sure she's probably available or finishing up a class right about now. Kitahi might take some more time, but I can grab her in the meantime. Let me get this one back to his place. You see him kind of like stand up a little taller at the mention of this one. But anything else you need?
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Are there any open enrollments right now? He's gonna kind of
you?
lightheartedly.
So you're kind of like laugh. Might be a little late for that, but you're welcome to sign back up next time you come back.
It's never
not
late
for
to
me,
learn. Never stop learning.
Or for Kemby, the little one.
Oh, of course. They might have to teach him some new things.
I'm pretty set in my ways. He's gonna chuckle.
You see her kind of like, yes, I'm aware.
And then with that, she's gonna be like, and a new thing every now and then, but in Celestial.
Give it to me, buddy.
She doesn't know Celestial. Get out of here.
She doesn't, but you still have to. Yeah.
Oh, why? So many nat 20 lost tonight.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
You wind up like, stuttering your way through it. So like, even though she doesn't understand it, she hears the like and a new thing every now and then. Like, she doesn't get it, but she's like, yeah, that was clearly an error.
I don't even know this language, but that sounds wrong.
Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure you're not.
It's the Guitar Hero songs where you hear the.
Yeah, exactly. But you see her kind of look over you and, okay, I'll be back. Just sit tight. And like before she leaves, she takes a moment to just study Valen's face and his reaction to the village.
Yeah, he's in awe.
Yeah,
for sure. But he's also beginning to study it too. Like I think initially it's like, holy shit, that's amazing. Second he's like, where's the architecture? Is this grown? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Ryland's gonna coax him into sitting crisscross episodes.
Again?
You see Hasina kind of looks over her shoulder. It's just, also, don't listen to anything he says in the meantime. Just like walks off.
Are you sure she's not your sister? That sounds like a very sisterly thing.
We're all family here.
Fair enough. You don't want me to actually cross-legs
yes.
do you?
Take it in.
I mean, I can do that from sitting normally.
I mean, you can make more contact laying flat down.
It'd probably be better than having to... You know, I don't have a leg that works real well, right?
Would you like me to? All right, so he's gonna.
No, I wouldn't like you to. He's gonna try to like gently interpose his staff, like just go away.
So the first gift Yankee ever let into the village is caught just like fussing with the purple.
It's in a very like brotherly, like you know, we just playing kind of fashion.
Of course.
Yeah, he'll. I mean, if you insist, he'll do it. But
you can have a sit now, or you can nap later.
Nap. What do you mean nap later?
When was the last time you slept?
Before I went to college.
So you can either sit crisscross applesauce now, or you can manually sleep for me later.
Okay, it's not like it's something I need. I'm not sure how to explain this. I don't need it
You
anymore.
may not physically need it, but napping does wonders for the soul.
I have a lot of work to do. Right now, I have 3 scrolls I need to put into my spell book as soon as I get the chance.
Why? This is the opposite of what you need.
In wizardry,
This is a first, and you're focused on studying. Take
I'm
it
not-
in, enjoy. Put your hand in the dirt, and he's gonna grab his hand and rub it in the dirt.
Oh
Thank you. It's very moist, so I appreciate that.
Just. I'm sure if roles were reversed and we were in the we were in the astral, and you did teach me a lot of things. You know what? I'll put my foot down. Relax, enjoy, take it in.
I am relaxed.
My
sir.
style.
Okay, I'm not studying. I was just letting you know that I no longer need to nap. That's all.
You're saying 2 words. Too many words.
Okay.
And Raul's gonna sit crisscross applesauce and stare at him into windows.
Oh gosh. All right. So, are you gonna sit or? Will you...
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll do it. He'll try to keep the weak leg above, like so it's not bearing too much weight.
Yeah. There's the time that you guys are waiting there. There's a lot of looks.
Yeah.
And like the furball community is one to kind of be warm and embracing. And a lot of the adults seem to kind of like look and then just sort of double take, like, what the heck is that? And they also there don't seem to be any like veils of like, I'm gonna pretend I'm not looking. Like if they're staring at you, they're very much like,
What is that?
yeah, right, like correctly.
Do
and,
a whole bunch of school children just come and inspect his face?
That was really what I was about to say. But like around 5 minutes of you standing there, like you're starting to get a small crowd of kids. And, like, they're all like initially there's about like 12 of them that are about like 10 feet away. And like some of them are kind of kneeling and some of them are just standing, but they're all just staring at you. And you've never quite felt like a bug in a jar before until you've had like giant children staring at you.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask, like,
They're your size. They're your size, but what quite meaty, you know? So, like, you have just like a various array of like these beautifully painted faces of children. And you can tell that they actually seem to have less painting than the adults. And you recognize that seems to be kind of earned with age and personality and such. But they are all kind of like, there's some paintings going on at the moment. But they all are like just sort of staring at you. And eventually one comes up.
Hey, what are you?
I'm a gift.
What's a gift?
We're from. Do you know the plains? Do you know any of the plains?
And like a few hands go in the back.
Oh, I do.
Do you know the astral?
Like 2 of the hands go down. Like, one of them stays up, and like you can see this boy with just like an incredibly curly mane of hair that looks like they never cut it at any point in time. And they do age slower, so he has about 20 years of hair just like dangling off of him, and it starts getting braided right around his shoulders, but it is thick. You see his hand just like still up.
Astral plane is the plane between the planes.
Yes, you were correct. That's where my people are from.
You live in the plane between the planes?
Yep.
What's it like?
It's often violent. There's a lot of visitors and travelers. My people are very territorial, so that tends to lead to conflict. But time doesn't pass normally there, so you actually don't age.
And you hear all like a collective wave of whoa. And, like, as you started telling that, they kind of were still at that like 10 to 5 feet away. Towards the end of that story, you had some that were like 2 feet away, just like sitting crisscross applesauce, much like Riley, and just like look like they came for school. And like, there's just suddenly a semicircle of kids seated around the two of you.
Valen's gonna stand up and just kind of minor image, like just a kind of like a landscape of what like the astral sea looks like, essentially.
Mhm.
Like this is, what it essentially looks like, and it's like swimming, but you're not actually swimming. There's not a lot of hard ground to walk on, so you're kind of floating a lot of the time. It's fun.
So, like, the water is air?
In this metaphor, yes.
Wow.
You're just getting like
Ryland's-
so good.
Ryland's just like he's humored, but he's also like, I asked the man to enjoy the nature and just take it all in, and we still found class. Like he's having that internal struggle where it's like,
He's gonna.
Sorry, good.
Okay, again, sorry.
You're a little surprised at how like disciplined these kids are, because there's a part of you that expects to kind of like get shouted at after a while and like a bunch of questions like, why is your hair like that? Why do you have spots on your face? And like just start shouting questions at you. But they're coming like almost in order, and like you see them kind of being respectful of each other's time and answers and like waiting their turn before speaking again, and then like letting everyone have their time. And it's not really something you're expecting. I mean, even Kambish, of course, is respectful in his own ways, but there are times he might talk over someone or be like, no, that's not how it works. But like from these kids, you're getting the utmost respect that you were not expecting.
Yeah. Van will like do like a quick kind of like PG-13-ish kind of thing of like what's happening. So he'll like show him like what a Githyanki night looks like one of the ships. He'll give him like a distant view of Tunarth.
Okay.
Which I think will be pretty cool because it's like that dead, celestial with the freaking like the chains, like and all that stuff, and, like for the the palaces. Just kind of give them like an overview. He'll skip the mind flayers because those are super creepy, and he doesn't want to give like the kids nightmares.
Yeah, please skip the mind flayers.
Yeah, but like maybe like a very low tier monster. I can't think of one right now at the top of my head that would be in the astral, but I don't know, maybe like space pirates or something with a bunch of goblins on it. There's a lot of like pirates in the astral. So he'll just kind of illustrate that. Just kind of give him like a visual like thing using minor image essentially.
Soon enough, after the kids come the adults,
Yeah.
like the teenagers, and even though you guys are at the edge of the village, a good portion of the village starts to come and kind of like watch. And you find yourself giving almost like a class to like what started out as a dozen kids turned into like 45 real quick. But I'm gonna leave you there for just a second.
Okay,
I want to come back to Irene at the table, and then we'll come back to you. Irene, you are eating and making stone arches, or just piling up stones, whatever you would like, to do in that space as well. But if there's anything you wanted to chat about or do in the meantime, I wanted to give you some time at least.
Actually, I guess in the meantime, I remember the last time she was here, she had all those like markings done on her.
Yeah.
Has anything happened with those markings, or like, she feel anything when she comes back?
They did wash off. Like the next time you press the digitation to yourself, or even like whatever sweat got wet or something like that.
Oh.
But they're not still there. But you do know Kahia was the one to put them on you.
Kaya is here at the table with us.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she's just gonna be like. By the way,
Oh yes.
I really did like the art you did, the markings.
Oh.
I was pretty disappointed when the magic kind of wiped them away. It wasn't intentional, but
It's no problem at all. Well, if you wind up spending more time, things like that can be made permanent.
Okay.
And
what to look forward to.
yeah, not only that, but we have some capable artists as well, and not only with the visual presence of them, but they might also help you with your abilities as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
How's that?
For example, this one, and she points to like her underneath her eye. you can see that there's kind of like what almost looks like a sunburst of artwork underneath. But so, for example, this one, I love being playful. So this one helps me be a little sneaky if necessary. But there's magic imbued in them. So, well, depending on which ones you get. And I got this one not too long ago, so it's kind of new. But it helps me. So you might be able to get something that helps you too, if there's something particular you'd like.
I'll give that some thought. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
Troll
Yeah, I
Ryland.
would like to be sneaky. You know what? Actually, I've been taking up music ever since the passing of one of our friends
Oh, have you?
in performance. So every now and then I'll sing for a crowd. We were recently in an orphanage where we adopted Cambiche and went through a little bit of strife there.
Huh?
We were able to sing, and while I was able to sing, you know, get some of the children to feel better, relax, mellow out. Like I really enjoy what a good performance can do for a crowd of people, how it can uplift spirits and get people going.
I agree. Song is very important even to our people. So maybe something to help you with your performance?
Sure.
Great. You would probably have to get into the village at that point, but if you do manage to make it, you'd be part of the family, kind of, in a way. So, you know, you're keeping
Speaking of which, you know, if I were to sing that here, Bailey, you mad?
Valen sadly is not around to be mad, but
I
you know
know.
damn sure he'd be fucking pissed.
Yeah, the next few words from Kahia were going to be, I'd love to hear you perform sometime.
Well, see, I would love to do it. In fact, I'm shocked that I haven't already here. But there are some side effects to this particular song that I've been practicing, one that was passed on to me by a very mischievous friend.
Okay.
And she's gonna go ahead and run through like everything that's happened so far, like the children spilling out of pockets, you know, like people speaking halfling, folks turning green, you know,
You see her.
the healing, and you know.
Yeah. You see her absolutely grinning towards the end of the list and just, I think that sounds like fun.
You do?
I
Okay.
do.
Well, I can do it, but
Don't forget to mention that you're live, and the lives of you and the child were at risk the whole time you were fooling around. Don't forget to mention that.
there it is.
You strangely hear in the back of your head.
Yeah.
You're not even here, Bailey. This is like an astral projection.
Right.
Appears in the heavens, like looking down. Like,
He's teaching a class, but in the middle of it, he just goes, "Oh, I read."
hold on.
Yep.
Is she about to?
I sense a disturbance in the force.
Yep.
But you hear continue. So, I mean, if you'd like to, I'd love to hear you. You don't have to, of course, but maybe sometime.
I could do it now, or wait for folks to return, or
Okay. Well, with the food in our bellies, why don't you regale us?
all right. She's gonna, you know, dab off the food, brush herself off, stand up, and yeah, I guess fall into that performance.
All right. You can go ahead and give me a performance roll. As per usual, anyone who's involved will have to roll. I think Kahia and Chege will both because they're just like that. They're very curious and they want to have fun.
Why are my parents scream?
You come back and your parents are just like skin green. Like, what did you do? You told Kemen not to before, so I'm gonna have him roll a wisdom check to see if but we'll see. Oh,
So you just want a flat performance?
yeah. Give me a flat performance, please.
Okay.
Oh, shit. All right, girl. With a natural
Oh shit.
I will have you roll 2d20s, and you get to choose which number you want.
Fuck yeah.
I will not tell you what each of them are, but you can choose which number.
You choose your fate.
Right, you choose at least that way.
A bunch of sirens come out of nowhere and start singing. Roll
Come
wisdom
back, start
saves.
singing with you. All right, so I know, like I said, Chega and Kahia will. I think Kambish usually does too. Yep. Okay, 13. Let me go open that shit. Where is it? There it is.
Oh my god, did the owlbear start tapping along with?
No, they do not know.
Have we rolled these two before?
She's not gonna tell us that. Get out of here.
Look, we've rolled so many of these at this point.
Yes, you rolled one of them before.
I'm taking the other one.
You don't know which one's which, though. I'm not telling you which one you have rolled before, but I will let you know what it is you have.
I'm not supposed to remember these numbers.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. So Kevin, I think he's going to because he rolled terrible on his wisdom. So first one's for Kevin. Second is for Kahia. Okay, so this is Kevin. This is Kahia. Okay, this is Chege. Okay. And who else? I know that those two. Oh, Kambish's last one. What the? How did I roll the same numbers twice in a row? Okay. I think
Listen, Beta, not gonna explain.
Yep. All right. So Kevin, Chega, Kahia. Okay. Let me just make sure.
Your mom's just so manipulative. She told me to sing it.
Yep.
She wouldn't let it go.
Oh my god.
Leyland doesn't know where his mom is, but sure.
Okay. And then Kambish.
Yeah, it was the gift queen. She told me I had to do it.
Okay, so that's the order. Maya, which number are you choosing?
Damn it. I wish I remembered which one that I hadn't gotten before.
I wish
You're
I
wrong
was a
for
little
this,
bit
Foos.
tall, though.
You're wrong. That's a lot of numbers. That's 20 numbers to remember, and you ain't right. You ain't right.
That's 19, Maya.
Which one are you doing, girl?
What'd you say? 90?
It's 19.
What's 19? I'm confused.
Oh, never mind. The nat 20 was the performance. Just kidding. Keep going. Carry on.
Landy
13 or
doesn't
11, girl.
know
Which one
what
you doing?
time it
Anyway,
is.
which number are you doing, Maya? 11 or 13?
I think we've gotten 13 before, so I'm gonna try 11.
Okay. I will let you know that was
And if I'm wrong, I'm choosing 13.
You lose all your spell slots and you turn into a turnip.
At the very end of your song, as it goes off, and by the way, you fucking killed it this time. If you want to describe how maybe the song went, or anything, like maybe you performed it a different way, if you would like. If not, I'd be happy to. But I want to give you the opportunity to possibly put some spin on it. You know.
In this case, it's big old. She's actually gonna when she starts performing, she's gonna lapse back to what happened in Astral, where they kind of like augmented the performance with spells together. And so she's gonna be using dancing lights to kind of like augment it and have the dancing lights be that shamrock green we're all used to, and just like I don't know, use them to like emphasize her performance. She's going to like lapse into the same dance that she had when she was performing with Borfi that time, and just kind of get lost in it. And she's like half here, half in the astral on that ship, and half tasting sandwiches because sandwiches are amazing.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned sandwiches because at the very end of this song, you find that you are afflicted with a hunger that you cannot satiate. No matter how much food you have. And it seems as though no matter how much food you eat, especially with Kahia's spread and ahead of you, you never quite feel satiated.
Oh no.
And you also never feel sick. It feels as though you have an absolute bottomless pit of a stomach. But as soon as the song ends, there's just a loud rumble as your stomach gurgles in front of everybody. Loud enough to even stop the owl bears who were playing with Chega.
What the hell, Fooz?
You've gotten this one before. At the same
That's
exact.
how I screw you over with your first performance.
I'm sorry.
There are 3 good ones. The rest are disasters.
Oh my god! All
You
right.
have a 15% chance to not get screwed.
So Kevin and Kahia at the end of this song, as it's kind of running between you and your performance, and they seem kind of like caught up in it. You see that Kevin is kind of just like tapping his foot in his head and just like getting into the rhythm of it. But Kahia, you see, is kind of just like clapping and humming along with you, keeping rhythm. As soon as it ends, you see that both of them just kind of feel a little bit more rejuvenated and a little more lively. They are both under the effects of a long rest after finish.
Oh, nice.
But they're
Man.
doing real
Get over
good
here.
right now.
Get over here, Rylan.
At the very end of the song, however, you look over to see that Kambish and Chega also participated. And at the very end of it, Irene, you are graced with a vision that you remember everyone describing to you, but you never had the glory of seeing it yourself. But both Chega and Kambish are now sporting a very large green spectral hat that floats above their head. And you remember not being able to see it. However, everybody else could see it on you. So almost at the same time, you see Chega go, "Hey, where'd you get that hat, buddy?" And you see Kevin turn, or Kambish turn,
I don't have a hat. You have a hat. Why is your hat so green? Oh, it's so cool. Do you see his hat?
and like the two of them just have like giant green hats on right now.
Irene's gonna be like, so did I pretend that Valen's gonna see this and he's gonna know I just play innocent?
And as you're saying that, you see Kahia look over and like, "Well, that was a very nice song. Oh, honey, where did you get that hat?" You see her like going over to her husband and like her hands going through it. She's, oh, I get it. This is great.
This is exactly what I told you, bro.
Hello. It's just like eating. Oh, are you hungry, honey?
I'm so hungry.
Oh, okay. I can get more.
The performing, I don't. Rofi.
Keeps shoveling food. And as that happens, you see Kevin looking at you, just, okay, slow. Like you can see he's trying to like slow you down in your eating.
Slow.
Slow.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good.
Just picks up like a snack and just does the whole thing.
I know. And you see like confliction in his face because he's like, that is slow, but that's too much in your mouth. Okay, I don't know what to say.
Words.
Oh, no.
Words. Oh, no.
I didn't mean it that way. Get out of here.
Especially from Kevin, who never buttons up his shirts.
How dare you? Listen, they didn't get him a shirt to fit right, okay? He's working with what he's got. But yeah, you see him just like struggling and be like, okay. And then he goes over and he seems to kind of like look at Chega and Kambish with the hats and just, oh, good. Okay. See him kind of like
Funny.
watching Kahia wave her hands through it.
Funny. Haha.
Haha. Yes. She goes back to eating. So we leave this disaster of a scene.
Meanwhile, Ryland's still just like, can't even just stop. That's growing. There's more people. He's giving, I think this is called a lecture at this point.
And we hatch from eggs, you see. They're laid in clutches.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Like there seems to be small murmuring, like eggs. Whoa, did he say eggs? How big are
He doesn't have any scales or feathers.
No scales, no feathers. why
That
do
is
you
correct.
have eggs?
He's like one of the kids. Like,
I don't entirely know, but this is what they look like. This is where we hatch from.
there's like
And-
a particularly kind of like brave woman who steps up to you and is just like towering over you unintentionally, even though like she herself seems kind of meek. Like she's just kind of like almost like folding in on herself when she comes to you, but she's still like towering over you. But
Do you mind if I just can I touch your skin?
Sure.
Real.
I'm just like,
she like offers her hand, and then like when you put it in, she just kind of like pets the top of your
There's no scales.
no.
You don't seem
No.
cold-blooded,
That's what I thought.
I am not.
but you come from an egg.
Yes, we realize it's a bit of an anomaly given our biology.
Who sits on the eggs?
No,
How
The
big
eggs
are
are-
your females?
they're
just
our
do-
size, more or less.
I just imagine
He's-
Valen sitting on an egg, like all mad, and Valen like,
He's actually small for one.
Yes, my brother is much bigger. Although my brother is, to be fair, is bigger than most.
How big are the eggs?
Are
Are they little?
they're not that big, right? I'd say I don't know.
It just trails off. Like I don't know.
Because I don't know how, like, it's starting to get into gross territory. Like, I don't want to kill these poor, because the gift females aren't like
They're
huge.
very slim. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
They're
Yeah,
very
yeah.
slender. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe they're just like ostrich eggs. Maybe I don't know.
Asking the real questions.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say ostrich egg size. That's what that's my final answer.
That's honestly like what I had in mind. So
Yeah.
I think you're good with that.
Who sits on them? How do they stay warm? Do
Right.
you go in an incubator?
No, they're just kept in a warm place and monitored, obviously. But
The interesting thing about this is like you're starting to see why like Ryland is kind of an anomaly in this village, right? Because like he starts rambling off questions, but the rest you see are very much like waiting their turn and like I'll ask you a question. And but Ryland's just like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Say that again. So are they big or are they small? What color do they come in? It's just like rambling things off. You don't see another Mzuri
Are they
do
are
the
they laid
same.
in the astral? You said time doesn't happen in the astral, so did they go somewhere else?
that's a very good observation. Eggs are laid usually or transported to some prime material plane where they're allowed to mature. Also, children are kept there, obviously, so they can grow. Otherwise, they'd stay a child.
Like there's simply a sea of questions that you're fielding, and it is one at a time. And a part of you is like kind of touched because some of the questions, like considering what you're used to the prejudice that comes with it, the understandable prejudice behind people who are not exactly known for their kindness. But these questions are all sort of open and like I'm just trying to understand you and like how does this work and like what's your opinion on this stuff and like have you ever seen anything like this and like where would we ever run into another one of you? So you end up being locked down for a good 20 minutes.
like Xbox fan.
And
No?
some more kind of filter in, and some of them kind of start going back to their day after they're just like, he seems nice, all right, wandering back off. But there's just like a steady stream of people staying there. And at some point, especially because you're standing, and a lot of them kind of like either sat or knelt, mostly to get in like on eye range with you because they were like all standing over you. So most of them seem to be more interested in kind of like giving you the respect of being at eye level. But over the heads, you do see Hasina walking back. And beside her is a familiar elder, the Wangu, the arcane elder. And like you can see the elder already has a big grin on her face, even from the distance. She's kind of like using her staff to walk. And like you see Hasina's already like, God, it wasn't that long that I left you. And this is already, all right, here we go. Like she's like already bracing for it while also kind of like escorting this older woman who every time she kind of reaches to help is like
Get it? Yeah.
But she walks her up to you, and as is approaching the crowd, you see her. All right, everyone. I know he's very, very special and green and nice, but we have a few words that we have to speak with him, and if you don't mind, there's the kids first are kind of the wave of like, ah, yes, I know you'll hopefully speak with him again, and some more colorful visitors, but slowly they kind of start wandering away. But as they do, you're standing. You just start getting handed like random things. The first one seems to be a rock that's kind of like painted with a very crude likeness of yourself. It's just like a green man with pointy ears and the mustache, and like it looks like you have angry eyebrows, but you're smiling. And like you get a number of like flowers and just like little grass things that were woven together. It just seems like the kids, while they were listening to you, were like crafting, and they're like, "That's
There you
really
go. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You're all too kind.
So they all just sort of like head off. But eventually, as they start filtering out, Cena's just looking over the two of you. Okay, so that went well. All right, so you made friends?
Your kids are great. They're
We-
like remarkably well disciplined.
We try. She
No,
stares
but
at
like you do
Violet.
it in a way like my people are just. I mean, they're disciplined, but just because they beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, no, we don't really do that. And you see the arcane elder just start cracking up. You look like you've taken probably too many wallops. Is that why you're so skinny? Just like keeps laughing, but I'm sorry. I don't mean to like.
No, it's fine. I get it.
She walks up and kind of like pulls you into a hug, and it's very nice to see you again. It's
Likewise.
been a while. I had a few treats for some of your friends, but I see you're the only one here. So this is for what was his name? Codrono.
Codrano, okay.
Yes. And she hands you like a what seems little in her hand, but is larger in yours. A flask of some kind. It looks like a potion, but like as you're kind of swirling it around, it's not a very attractive color. It's kind of like a green-brown liquid that's pretty viscous and thick.
Okay.
What is this? But it's very, very clear, and it looks like it was probably processed many times to make it that clear. But the color's still a bit off-putting. But she puts it down in your hand and is, it's for that fancy hammer of his.
Okay.
I know he was pretty fond of it, and it had its own magics, and Kogrote went on and on about how he's one with the warriors and Nuada and whatever. So I thought he might like something that makes it hit a little harder. So it's just some oil. He just coats it with his weapon, and it'll hit a little.
All right.
But doesn't last forever. But I think he'll like it.
I thank you on his behalf. That is too kind.
Oh, you're very well. But I had a little bit of time to work on that. I was working on your journal for you and
Actually,
your mother for a while.
He'd probably say something like, thank you, ma'am. Did I get that? Is that what he sounds like, Ron?
That sounds about right.
On point.
Okay.
Like even Hasina's like, yeah. He's right.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I gave you that, but I had a few other things I've been working on that I think hopefully the next time I see you, depending on how long that will be, I'll have some more for you. How have your studies been going? Did the druid spell work for you?
It did. I have it copied in. It works as intended.
Perfect.
I can't wait to actually use it in anger, so to speak. I haven't had the chance to, but I'm very happy to have that. So thank you. It's a spell that would not have normally been accessible. Were you able to make use of the shield spell?
We have been, actually. We've been, I did pass it down to Wahoo. She trains our fighters, but we try to make sure that they can take care of themselves and each other. Yeah. So she's been passing the information around.
I have discovered I've begun the process of creating like a reactive shield for our owlbear friend. Because we're fighting some formidable opponents, and it's difficult. He's strong naturally, but these aren't natural enemies.
It's fascinating. Does it
But,
work?
The spell works. I'm gonna get it. The goal is to have it put into an item, so that it'll house it. It'll have a certain amount of charges. I could show you it, but it kind of pulls out a spell book and is like, lead me through this.
Oh yes, yeah. I do see her kind of like hobble over to you, and like for her, a lot of the other ones seem to have a lot of the other elders, is what I should say, seem to have pretty good posture and bone structure. You can recognize the familiar slump of someone who's just reading and writing all day, but like she seems to just kind of like hunch over. But it kind of works out because she's just already in position when she like gets beside you and it's like, yes, that's good. You give me a little bit of time, and even these chipmunks will probably have some shields around them if you leave me with this. But I'm looking forward to using it.
Of course. I can get you a copy now, or I can, next time I'll bring one with you, however you want to.
Next time. I don't want to take too much of your time. But I did just finish a class, and I wanted to deliver this personally. And if you had anything else you wanted to bring to my attention, I am here for a moment.
So our concern, and he kind of gestures Ryland to hop in here, but is these notes that you got, the king got, or the chieftain, excuse me. We've been seeing them with some of the victims of the Melodious Master and his bard bow friend. We've seen it with Cadrono. Roram was also promised in a way. It wasn't an invitation, but it seems like kind of an open, I don't know, threat or trap. I don't know how else to explain it. But he also well, no, he doesn't have it. Ryland, you have the note.
I did compare it to the Krogay note that we had. The handwriting did seem similar. The paper seemed similar too. I took the time to research the paper with the chieftain's blessing. It seems heavily imbued with conjuration, but I wasn't able to fully diagnose what spell it was. It seems to be a modified teleport, perhaps, but not of a person, but of a thing. So I believe when he writes his note, it will be sent wherever.
Interesting.
I actually believe it's part of that spell that got it where it was meant to be.
Clever.
Might be how the delivery of such notes goes unnoticed.
Are you sure it wouldn't teleport a mind?
No, certainly not. It's fairly simple, but it is well guarded, from what I've seen. I could find more information if I deconstructed it entirely, but then we wouldn't have the possibility of responding. It is rude not to at least say no.
Speaking of which, Ryland?
Sometimes it's okay to be rude.
That's not what I was going for. You were thinking of. Did you want to respond on the chieftain's behalf? I believe that was something that you were ruminating about.
I do believe knowing when and where this alleged meeting is supposed to occur is important to our cause. My concern is the involvement of the village. It's almost a double-edged sword, I would think. By not responding, it might raise suspicion. By responding, it obviously raises this, or lowers our defenses, I guess.
The letter did ask for the presence of two. Gitahi was capable of bringing anyone he would like.
I'm just worried. I don't think he should go.
We don't think so either. The council agreed pretty much unanimously that it was not a good idea.
We learned of this name through a different note.
Oh.
I caution to show it to you as, and he's kind of like looking to Valen to kind of bounce off with him. He's like, upon reading it, there was some sort of activation. I don't know if it was magic or divine or.
It's absolutely magic. From the puzzle that we unraveled. Valen will show him the notes with the Meerkat Swami and all the fun stuff in there.
I'm just like ran downstairs.
It's the irate Swami, okay?
With the irate Swami.
There it is.
Yes. The fucking Meerkat Swami killed me, though. I was like getting ready to go to the bathroom, but I heard you say like Meerkat Swami, and I was like, what the fuck? Just a mess. I'm not ready for that shit. That was amazing. Right. So
You know, talking about some long fingers.
Before she starts reading it, Ryland's gonna like caution her, like upon us reading it, I didn't pass it.
Well, not
I was
reading it,
afflicted.
decoding it. That was the key. As soon as we decoded it, it triggered.
But what is decoding but reading it? We haven't tried again.
oh,
Reading it.
Why you failed many of the classes here. Would you, if you would like, I could perhaps
Read it safely in a warded position if you have it.
Correct. That's
And
what
then
I
we'll-
have. I will take this. She's gonna like put her big like meaty hands over it, but she's careful not to like crinkle it or anything. But
It's fine. I can.
things, I will be cautious with it. Don't worry. I will be back.
He's gonna look to Hasina and be like, "Is this reasonable cause enough to escort her?"
I am going with her, but you should probably stay here still. Why don't you gather half the village again this time?
I mean,
I could tell stories of our exploits. If you want?
It'll be okay. She's more cautious than you.
he's more cautious than me, and we still.
But go ahead and roll.
We found that a very strong remove curse can get rid of. Watch out for eyes going white. That's a sign of the curse. A very.
But if you're both afflicted, you won't see it.
You won't be able to see it. That's true. But you will feel a magical effect going over you. It's not like you won't be influenced. The second thing is, a skilled cleric or anyone that can do a remove curse at a higher level, or has a strong ability to channel that, should be able to remove it.
We have some of the best in the business. Don't tell Kubrote that. But I'll be back in a minute. Just relax, the two of you, young and full of nerves. Like, starting to kind of walk back with her staff, and Hasina takes a few steps and then stops to look at the two of you. Wait here. Kitaki said he might have some time in an hour before, but now probably like 40 minutes or something. But he might have some moment to speak with you. In the meantime, I think Mata was going to come talk your ear off or something.
Sounds good.
Stay here, then. I don't know. Just don't scare the kids. You didn't this time. I'm not saying you did, but
I kept it light.
It's just going to be a ball of anxiety and stress, which is very, very not common for him. But he's just going to be like,
yeah. But the two of them head back off.
Brother, it's going to be okay. They know what they're doing.
They're just going to kind of, excuse the pun, but this is literally too close to home.
I understand, but you have a lot of resources here. We didn't. We stepped in that trap, that bear trap, had to pry it open with very few hands. It was a little brutal for us, but you have a lot of talented casters here. I think
I'll tell you what, I'll relax if you relax. Don't think I didn't notice you took that nature intake into a lesson giving opportunity.
They were curious.
He's
But
just-
I
it's
value
actually
knowledge.
it's actually kind of like calming him down to be back to normal bickering.
Like regular banter.
They were
I'm comfortable with
curious.
this. I know what this is.
Knowledge should not be hoarded; it should be shared. Most of it, anyway.
Where's Rusey? Rusey!
Somewhere in the backside of the village, you hear hard brakes getting hit on, like full stop.
My cabbages!
And in your head, you hear, yeah. What? Huh? What do you need? What do you need?
Guess who's here?
You're here. I'm saying hi to everybody. Do you want to? Okay, I'm coming. Hold on.
He should be like, it's not just me.
You start hearing like the galloping feet coming your way, like and then you hear it kind of like slow down for a second. Then you hear,
Huh? Wait, what?
and then even faster, and like every now and then, poof, poof, like coming in your direction.
He's doing his best to distract Valen as this is incoming because he's hoping it's gonna be fun.
All right, you give me a deception check, or performance.
Oh,
Deception or performance.
okay.
I'll give you either.
Why would you not want your young ones to learn, right? I mean, it's knowledge is power. It's just I don't know how you see that at this point.
What's your passive perception?
Oh God, it's like fucking
Well,
12.
actually, no, insight actually. Do you have any bonus to insight at all?
No, charisma was the dump set. I did put stuff into wisdom. Insight. Insight is a 2. I got a +2.
All right, so technically your passive insight is 12, which means actually he's like, Rylan seems to be trying to get your attention for some reason.
Do you need help, man? Are you okay? Am I standing on a trap? What happened?
And as that's happening,
At the trap, he's gonna kind of like get a little red. Like,
as that's happening, you start hearing like heavy footfalls behind you, and like it's only because Rylan's acting real weird that you're like, ah, you like turn around to see Rusey like full sprint. You've never seen her full sprint happy because whenever she's been full sprint, it's like, oh god, someone's in trouble. I'm running as fast as I can. And about like 30 or so feet away from you, you see the usual poof as like just a few leaves are where she used to be, and then her reappear with her face like just right in front of you. And from pretty much knee to face, you are covered in licks and a happy wagging tail as Ryland you hear through the bond. Oh my god, they let him in. That's awesome. Why did they let him in? He's so cool. That's probably why they let him in. This is awesome. This is so great. Does he like it here? Just,
It's good to see you too, Rusey.
absolutely loved on.
the Rylan will loop him in probably about like the second of.
Yeah, so you started hearing that too. Yeah, it's great to see you here. Aren't you happy? Isn't this cool? This is like the best place ever, isn't it?
It is. It's a magical place. Probably literally.
Tahiti?
Oh, nice.
It is.
It is
Beautiful.
This place is amazing. And
I can see why he's so protective of it.
well, I mean, it's awesome, which is why you belong here too, because it's really cool here. It's awesome. It's the best. And I like to run around. Everyone here is so nice. They give me treats, and they give me pets, and they give me hugs. Everybody gives me hugs.
That sounds amazing.
It is. It's the best.
And like you soon have like very happy dog like wagging her tail beside you. Like she's still like so excited. She's like doing tippy taps as she sits.
Well,
yeah,
this is
as you're kind of like taking this in, you see another white-haired elder make their way towards you, and this one doesn't seem to be accompanied by anybody, but in the distance you make out the lore elder who has spoken who has spoken to you before. She sort of has like chin length bob almost that's just fully pulled back, and she seems to be a little slimmer than the others, a little more wiry, but also seems to have like good healthy posture and you know a decent stature for an older furbolg. But you see her kind of walking up to the two of you. I heard that you had made it back, so I wanted to take the time to come and meet the two of you. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations on being the first Githyanki ever permitted on our borders.
It is an honor. Thank you.
The honor, I had to come see you with my own eyes. And of course, Hasina's probably going to yell at me for being here without any kind of protection, but while within the walls, I'd like to think that we're very, very safe. But I also wanted to make sure that I did get to speak with you because we had a lot of things that we wanted to research. Last time I had spoken to you, you had mentioned a bunch of things, and a few times I even mentioned possibly telling you such and sending spells, but I was scared it would take a few dozen before I got the entire block of information to you. And I wasn't sure what you were involved in, and I didn't want to interrupt you had you been fighting for your lives, and I had decided to just come and talk to you about all the things that I had discovered at this exact moment. So I took the time to gather some information so that I could hopefully share this with you. The first thing was your friend had the demons in her mind. So
Yes.
I took the time to look through some of the other fiends that are a possibility, and I have a list, and you see her like turn and pull out like an actual list of probably about like 12 different fiends that have a possibility of being in your friend's mind, which is hopefully not the case, but if it is, this might help at least. I did tell you about the first one, the metal jaw. I'm not sure if you remember me describing that one, but that is one that is unfortunately likely in there. They're called soul demons, and they're colloquially known as the Kiki Yaon. So if you run into that, but you can just call it the soul demon.
You said the Kikimon, like the
Kiki Yaon.
Oh, I thought that was like the soy sauce.
All right, hit me with the spellings so I could just have it.
One more time.
Kiki Yaon.
Yawan?
Yaon.
Yaon.
Yaon. Like on.
I don't want it off. Yeah, I want it on. Yeah.
Close. Oh God, Maya, get out of here! Which bullshit. Take all my E's, Foos. Take them. Oh gosh, very close, kid. Very close. Oh. Okay. So I think that's all the guesses I'm going to get. This is how you spell it. But I wanted to go over the highlights with you, but I'm going to give this list for you to take. So just in case, if you run into one, maybe it'll give you a little bit more information, but just in case. But
Sure.
the important ones, the ones that you definitely don't want to see, but if you do see it, here's some information about it. The first one I want to talk to you about is called the Demo Goth. Now, these tend to kind of, I'll just wait for the spellings of Demo Goth first. One letter all night. You got another chance, Flandy. Here you go. This is your chance, buddy.
Is there another name?
I think I would fuck it up.
For the Demo Goth? No, it's just Demo Goth.
Demo Goth.
Wait, say that again?
Demo Goth. Oh, Flandy got it! So did Kit.
No!
Wait. Nope, we have different spellings.
God damn it, Netters, get out of here. Not the Demo.
Oh, my phone letter again. God damn it.
Here
I
comes
flipped
all
my A and
these-
E.
Demo Gothkin? Oh my god. The Demo Gorgon instead? Jesus.
It's not a Demo Goth.
I got it. Yeah, you and Flandy got it, Kit. Nice job.
I didn't. I got my A and E flopped.
Oh, really?
I had it AE initially or EA. I was like, no, it's probably AE, but no, I keep changing my mind, and I'm sticking to the first one.
Again, you're one letter off, buddy. Dang it. All right. Yeah, no, Kit was the only one. Congratulations, Kit. So she goes on to explain. So they're interesting in that they can kind of take form in almost any plane. They actually, even though they're fiends, they're actually crafted and created in the abyss. And it's theorized that they're sort of created from the vacuous nothingness, as well as it's hard to explain. But like magic nodes, perhaps any kind of arcane that are sort of left unchecked within the darkness of space, which very often is the abyss in some ways. They have a lot of names that are very unfortunate. The first one being tear lickers. They're known to be very, very fascinated with sorrow, trauma, and death, which is often why anyone who sees one is most often seen at the end of a battle, where those are in mourning, or those who are just about to die might see it as it will probably come to collect and harvest their souls. They look like aliens. It seems as though they have no front. Their face swivels in all directions and does not have eyes, but has a mouth. It has horns coming from almost all directions as well, and it also has arms that seems to come out of its chest cavity, again, in every direction. They're horrifying and terrible. And again, I'm going to get attracted to trauma. God damn it, Mark. Right out of that one.
He's not wrong, though.
Get out of here. Look, this
He's
is
been at it all day.
She continues. She's like, but again, I'm going over the worst ones, so hopefully you don't run into them. But in case you do, they're very much based off of fear, which is a good thing that you have your friend here. And she kind of like pats Rylan on the shoulder, because fear is one of their main forms of attack. But they focus on causing pain, both physical and mental, if they can, fearing. And they also seem to be kind of difficult to nail down. They seem to be able to see through anything, and they can also speak telepathically.
Wow.
They're very bad, but because of their ability to grasp onto to trauma and pain, and their propensity to hide where warriors are, it seems as though that could fit well with her unfortunate problem. So, the Daemogoth is the first one that I wanted to bring to your attention. The next one, just going down these names, and I'm like, this is great. The next one is known as the Sire of Insanity.
The Sire of Insanity.
Correct.
Excellent.
Yes. Now, these, they're actually devils. Most of the ones that you're running... Sorry, I'll just get derailed all the damn time. Most of these that you're running into are of the demon variety. However, the Sire of Insanity is a devil. It very much works off of sort of the laws and the rules of the hells and whatever they may be tasked to. So it is possible that maybe it was contracted to go, I suppose, investigate. They are very much drawn to those who suffer from insanity. And if she has multiple things in her head and she's hearing many different things, and they also seem to gravitate towards those in any kind of stress, which she obviously has been through many, many times before, it's a high probability that Sire of Insanity might have taken a look at her at least. Might not be in her head at the moment, but maybe have seen her. But just so you know, this creature also can see through anything. So any magic illusion or transformations of any kind, it will see through it, unfortunately. The good news is, for some wonderful reason, I think, the Sire of Insanity is vulnerable to thunder damage. So if you have thunder damage and you run into one, hit it with that.
We know someone.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Excellent.
What are you talking about? You don't know anyone who does thunder damage.
we don't know one. And the last one on my list of this is definitely something you do not want to run into is called the Nightmare Shepherd.
The Nightmare Shepherd?
Correct. The Nightmare Shepherd.
Is it spelled like night as in he's a connect?
No, night as in like, and just the nighttime. It is PM, night.
It's a horse knight, and he's also a shepherd.
Oh jeez. Oh gosh. The Nightmare Shepherd, Shepherd Commander. God dang it.
Yes. Name value pairs.
Now, this one is also of the realm of demon once again. And the unfortunate thing about the Nightmare Shepherd is that it does tend to shepherd other creatures in with it. And I remember you ran into a creature who did have sort of underlings fighting with you in her mind. And if you run into the Nightmare Shepherd, it would be a very similar situation, as the Nightmare Shepherd seems to come with things called soul eaters. And the soul eaters tend to dictate where the Nightmare Shepherd might go. They kind of seek out what they think is interesting, and then the Nightmare Shepherd kind of follows them, but also commands them where to go. Now, the soul eaters are very, very dangerous. They're not very strong, but they're very dangerous. If they attack someone who is close to death, there is a possibility that they can take their soul from their body and make it so you cannot resurrect such a person. And therefore, that soul goes to hell's, and it's not good at all. So you will have to be very careful around the soul eaters. They're not very strong, but they may be many if they're running around with the Nightmare Shepherd. And the Nightmare Shepherd.
Sorry, that sounds very similar to our celestial boy. Hold on, let me find his name. Harold of the Void.
Heralds of the Void. Oh, okay. In terms of what exactly?
Just a demon that summon things that
he's conflating the two. There's minor similarities, not enough to.
Well, those two aren't. I mean, besides being fiends and such, I don't think they're connected in any way.
There's a distinct lack of radiant anything. For starters. Second, it's not trying to slap the intelligence out of people.
It's the soul.
Oh,
I'm so upset about that.
I'd take that rather than the former. But anyway,
not that I think it matters much to you. But these both the Nightmare Shepherd and the Soul Eater are immune to poison. They also are immune to. Oh, excuse me. The Nightmare Shepherd is immune to poison, but the Soul Eaters are immune to being paralyzed, poisoned, stunned, or unconscious. And just again, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned, and unconscious.
Wait, they're immune, so they just die?
Well,
or do you mean like being slept?
Correct. If you perhaps sleep one or something similar to that, then they will not be able to get out, I guess. Oh, okay. So those are the really dangerous ones. And I have a list of a few others that you might run into, but you can read them in your own time. I just wanted to make sure I spoke these out.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you have these just in case. I sincerely hope none of them are in her mind. But if they are, at least this way you're armed with a little bit more information. I forgot to tell you some of the invulnerabilities of the others. So the Demogoth, he is immune to psychic damage as well as being frightened.
I mean, it's not gonna like that.
Any vulnerabilities?
Unfortunately not. And the Sire of Insanity is also immune to poison. It is also resistant to cold, fire, and lightning damage.
The fuck? It's all them damn elements.
Holy calamity, scream insanity.
All you gotta do is another big fan of me.
But I will give you more information for the rest. But these are just sort of the important ones that I think is important. But also, while I'm on the topic of demons, I also wanted to entertain your idea. I remember you talking about banishing a demon while inside of her mind.
Yes.
How that would go. Through some information that I have collected through demons and perhaps possession and where they may reside in a body, it turns out that if you try to banish one while you're inside the body, it won't banish it back to its native plane. It'll simply shunt it out from the plane that it has sort of forced itself into, because it's not technically on a plane while it's in the mind of a creature. So, unfortunately, it means you would take them out of her mind, but put them next to your probably vulnerable bodies as you are currently soul searching at hers. So, I would very much suggest not banishing one while you're inside, unless you have someone waiting on the outside ready to just.
What if we had a paladin with a magic circle waiting to bonk them?
That would be perfectly fine. So long as you have a solution for a demon suddenly not being in there and your vulnerable bodies being at its feet, you can do what you like with that information. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
I do. Thank you.
Do you have any idea of how to maybe close said door, per se?
Well, the door sounded like it was opened by her weapon, which is also opened by the entity within the weapon, and that would take a lot of research, as I'm not entirely sure how that was created.
We might be able to talk to him then.
Wait, Mithril Majesty opened the door?
Yes. It was
Maybe he has to keep it open to stay.
It was a caveat of keeping... In being able to keep the souls from those who were attacked by the Soul Seeker Dragon, it had to open up a sort of doorway of sorts to be able to even house any that came its way. But unfortunately, that also means that there is a door that is open, and sometimes it may be manipulated. And demons are one for manipulation, and if they're interested in a soul, it is a way to get inside. And he did also, from what I've heard, explain the need for the addiction that he enforced upon Nirja was to also keep her calm enough for him to continue to defend her mind. It seems as though once they are all removed, though, he should have the situation under control. It seems as though perhaps once the door was open, it was difficult, and then he got tied up, so to speak.
So, what if we, hypothetically speaking, introduced some, let's say, friendly demons or outsiders to this particular mix?
Hey? What do you mean?
You don't even like the one that's being nice to us.
I love Azganeth. He brings out Tamna.
Oh. Okay, the second one that's being nice to us.
Tamna kind of comes out and you see him just like, oh.
Where the fuck are we?
Don't tell him
Coolest
that.
village you'll ever see.
Yeah.
You know what the coolest part about being a spectral thing of whatever this is and living inside of a gem is? I no longer have sunlight sensitivity. I would be blind as a bat normally up here, but I can see everything just fine. This is wonderful.
I keep forgetting do you prefer Drow or Dark Elf?
That's whatever you want to call me. I don't care. Most of the time, I was called something terrible anyway, so, I mean, this can't be anything worse than that.
This is an effort to call you something you prefer. What do you see yourself as?
Right now, a blue gem, or a green gem, green. Am I colorblind? What has happened over the time? You can call me a dark elf. How about that?
Okay, Dark Elf it is. Anyway, do you? So anyway, he goes to refer back to the elder. I have a rather spirited Dark Elf in here. Good kind. Don't worry, he's friendly.
Great.
But
Perfect.
we have. Actually, he's gonna like float it over to the elder just so that she can like have real life. He's friendly. He's a little mouthy, but I'm sure he'll get along.
He's a little mouthy.
Sure. And you see her like extending her hand, and like the second it touches her, you see her just kind of like perk up and
Hello. Yes, I do value my knowledge very much. We have to study to make sure that we stay in port. What kind of... I think I know what clan you're from.
And, like they just kind of start going on like a totally different tangent. Not being able to hear Tamna's version of it, but you see her kind of like go off for a while and kind of like brightening with the knowledge, and you are also aware that with a higher intelligence score, it boosts it even higher. So there's just kind of like this almost awakening sense to it that you feel like you detach from it. So it's like, this sucks. But there you go. Like, I'm not as sharp as I used to be, but in her holding on to it, she's like, oh my gosh. Wow, sorry.
He's delightful. So did you...
Wait, did you say he's delightful?
Yes, he's delightful.
What did I do wrong? Oh, I'm sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, what did I do wrong?
So, you wanted to, have her help her?
Not him per se. We have another one. Oh, looking at getting another one who is kind of the martial version of him. He's a
Don't
demon,
forget the other one.
but
Or one.
he's very strong. Likes to swing at pretty much anything that moves.
Uh-huh.
But figured if it was attached, it could enter her mind because obviously there's a link there somewhere anyway, and maybe it can assist or just be an ally in general.
He describes him as an incredibly belligerent imbecile. So it sounds as though your description may be accurate. I think it may take some meditation on the part of either the gem or the holder in order to get them where they need to be.
Hopefully it's the holder.
Hopefully, but if it works, there's no reason he shouldn't be able to help. It's likely the holder imposing the will.
Okay.
As Matsu was able to guide all of you into her mind, you weren't the ones doing it. It was him. If you have someone to facilitate it, it should work.
What if I tried to join in with Tamna?
You would likely need to focus twice as hard.
That's pretty much all I do anyway. Okay, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. It's a pleasure meeting
I mean,
you.
we can finish your conversation. There's no rush.
You understand it perfectly, but Ryland, you hear her go into a language you've never heard her speak before. And just being able to have tongues, you understand that she's speaking Undercommon at the moment. But
Shit, she knows it? Okay.
I've heard of you before, and you seem much better than what I've heard, but so ends our meeting, and I hope to hear from you again. You see her kind of like waiting and nodding. Yes. I hope to hear from you again. Okay. Just like reaches over and drops it in your hand. So.
What
That's interesting.
was that?
That was one of the many languages that you didn't get to take because you didn't stay in class for very long.
Hey.
To answer your question, brother, that was
Oh.
Undercommon.
Speaking of languages, do we have anything on ancient Eladrian here?
Oh, I believe so, yes.
Kambish, our adopted son.
Yes.
He has a Alahana watching over him, and she seems to only be able to communicate in said language.
Oh,
We're trying to teach him. Elvish is a very rough bridge.
It is. Royal Eladrin was mostly kind of lost. In most cases, it's usually written, not spoken at this point. A lot of those speakers have disappeared or died, unfortunately. But we do have some written information on it. I can give you. It's not exactly to take out, but if he is here on our lands, we can of course let him take the time to look at it, and I can personally teach him if you'd like.
Are any of us wearing the earrings?
Say that again?
Are any of us wearing the earrings?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know if you guys have.
I don't think we did yet.
No,
I
yeah.
feel like he's gonna pull out his little book. Mom, send Kambish to village. Please read this.
Please read this. Like as you're writing it, there doesn't seem to be a response, but you see the elder here. Oh god, I almost forgot her name. This one's not Wangu. I fucked up. Mwada, that's what it was. Okay, got it. You see her kind of like leaning in. Oh, yes, I remember. Wangu was working on that. It was pretty cool. But you're like waiting for an answer, and she just kind of keeps going. I also wanted to tell you that I researched a little bit about the V.V. I didn't find much information, unfortunately. However, there are actually records of seeing such a ominous combination of letters centuries ago. They seem to be tied to an organization of some kind. They tend to have been organized in many different cities all across the world, it seems. The wonderful thing about our village is that even though we don't necessarily go very far, the animals around here tend to migrate. So we get information about all kinds of things and things that aren't necessarily right here at our door. But we've managed to find out some things that way at least. So there have been sightings of them in Waterdeep. The last known time at least the creatures and the critters have heard of VV was about 175 years ago.
And on a much different continent, it was also found in this continent not too long ago as well, probably another like 75 years. Um, but it's been around, and interestingly enough, it is almost always involved in sort of seedy underground situations. A lot of times, according to the notes, at least that have been passed down from us from generation to generation, some of these notes were actually kind of mentioned, picked up by rats, as they seem to kind of be hanging out underground. A few badgers, things like that. We heard from them anyway. But there has been talk of hearing V.V, as far as Maztica, obviously in Faerun here, Zakara as well as the Ama Basin and Shaolong. It's nearly all of the countries.
That is the whole damn continent.
Is this
At different times.
does this jive or like parallel or seem like it lines up with the fact that underground ring that they were fighting with Falfar like disappeared through the door?
They both seem like weird coincidences. Yeah. There's nothing that's like the clear connecting line, but it's like that's weird, and that's also weird, and if they're all over the place, maybe this is it. Who knows? But you
I
see,
feel like he's just gonna kind of like do his typical word vomit, like of just. That sounds like your thing disappeared too, right? The guards went back to look for it, and it wasn't there because it wasn't there. My doorway wasn't there, and the door was there, but the room that I was in wasn't there.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
What are you talking about? Doorway was gone?
The door to the place where you were taking care of, where you rescued the owlbears and I rescued Valafar.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that place.
They were there, then there weren't. Do you think this is the same?
Possibly tied to it, maybe. They do have. We may have to go to Waterdeep. By the way, if we go to Waterdeep, we're bringing your father for a fishing trip. So we have some father-son
I
time.
feel like he's just like, Dad's gonna leave the village.
I'll bring him back, obviously, and you, of course. But okay. So yeah, we need to. So yeah, we have evidence of a fighting ring that existed or that stretched to Waterdeep.
Who's your lady's? What was her name again? The one that you have
Well
acquainted with
the corpse
the
girlfriend,
significant other.
Yep. Hold on.
Widower.
Malleol,
Widower if they're not married.
I didn't ask if they were married. I'll be honest with you. Malleol was the one that was in my bag.
He doesn't say out loud.
I got Molly in the bag. You want to see him?
I
Got him right here.
I got it right here.
Oh no! It sounded like he said Molly.
I got a lot of Molly in the bag.
Lame.
I know.
Oh no!
I'm not drug dealing. I promise.
Yeah, it's corpse dealing.
You know,
Out of your body bag of holding. Trademark.
It's the
Mark
corpse of like a criminal at best. I'd say that's less incriminating than a freaking bag full of Molly.
Yep.
I don't have her name.
I don't know if you got it.
I don't think I got it. Yeah.
I don't think you did, like in character. Like,
Well,
if you did, I'm like we'll figure it out later. But I just want to suck it.
He's just gonna be like, well, this is way more connected than we thought.
Unfortunately, I believe the roots of this has spread out like a great tree. It's going to be very difficult to uproot it if it has dug its claws in this deeply to everything. But
We could just
interestingly
poison
enough,
the roots.
the letters have been found before, but not the definition. So there have been note of V.V, but it hasn't been deciphered. At least according to our notes. It's, our notes are from the birds and the squirrels and such. So
From our understanding, the definition is. How did he word it? Bad to know.
what?
Powerful. Knowing it is bad.
Bad
Oh.
to know.
I imagine it is. But I just wanted to give you this information. I unfortunately can't stay for too much longer anyway because I have more things to do. But I wanted you to know at least some of the information that I had taken my time to research in the time that you weren't there. And you can see why I didn't want to send you a message of sending, because this would have taken many, many sendings before I got the full information out. And I just wanted you to know that I'm still trying to keep up with things. I did look up.
Please do. Valen likes puzzles, and this sounds like it would be a puzzle for him.
Oh, I love puzzles as well. But if it comes to something that you are risking your lives for, I want to make sure that I give you all the information I can in a very thorough manner. I want you to know that I am still searching for information on infraquran. I haven't found anything on that yet. And white eyes in general. I do recall you mentioning something about that in the past. So I'm trying to look into that as well. But, well, hopefully something will come up. But at the
I
moment,
thank you so much.
you're very welcome.
I'm sure you're getting reports of what we've seen in there.
In some cases, yes.
Okay. We'll give you a full one to update your records as we go.
Oh, perfect. Sounds great. We can share information and
Yep.
find things out that way.
We
And
might be able to do it in real time through your notebook, Rylan.
that's entirely possible.
Oh shit! Did she respond yet?
And as you go to look, you see he's coming with like a giant heart after it that takes up most of the page.
That he's gonna write back. That was fast. Thank you. Also, can you ask
Read
friends
this.
if they think Cambish staying here would be a good idea? Few days, week, maybe? Question mark? Smiley face.
You see like a bit of a pause as you imagine she's asking the question and then like waiting for the response before answering, and then you see her writing.
I think you should ask them yourself.
Time is of the essence, woman. No, I'm kidding.
Jeez,
You're disowned.
no. But anyway,
Shunted out of the village.
you get the fuck out. You can't be here no more.
We just got here.
Pretty
We're
much.
gonna be the whole like Fresh Prince, like
Wait, hold on. I want to roll something. Can I roll for my?
You sense it coming, but no. I do want to. We're way past our usual. But I do want to wrap it up here. I'm going to say that she's going to leave, but if you guys come up with any more questions for the next session, then we can start with that and then move on. So we're going to end it here. Give me your votes for inspiration tonight so I can send you guys to bed. I know most of us have tomorrow off, but Nenners, I'm sorry. I'm sending you to bed late. I hope you're okay.
Get the hell out of here, woman. How dare you?
Be okay, Nenners. I'm sorry. It's late.
Don't treat me like a child.
I'm sorry, Nenners.
I've been rock starring all day. I got this.
Rockstar.
I have a
Nothing
sneaking
will-
suspicion this is going to be a three-way tie.
I know, right? I was like,
I,
wait, who's here right now? Ah, now. Oh my gosh.
I think we'll be as bad when I decided to watch fucking Calamity.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, I can't believe you stayed up for that one, man. I was like, I'm gonna be a fucking zombie. They also warned you because they're like, it's a long one.
I
Yeah.
couldn't detach. I wanted to, but I was like, shit just got crazier. And I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I can't leave.
Sam
then
was
my
even
stupid
like,
ass
are we
was
doing a 2 series?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been a little more. But they didn't have a good place to stop. Like you had
Yeah.
to stop at some point in the action. And it just didn't make any sense.
That's part of the reason I'm so worried about my the Cosmeta thing, because I'm like, we have to stop at like I can go over by a little bit, but I can't do like this where it's like
An
here's
hour over.
50 extra minutes, you know, like I gotta stop on time. So I'm like, I'm very scared.
You'll be fine, Fizzy.
I don't feel right, but I'm just trying to make sure everything's all right.
We
Um,
it was that And then I think the worst part is like I couldn't go to sleep after that. Like you watch that, like your brain is just processing it. So I'm like sitting in bed, like, yeah, I'm just thinking about this right now. God damn it!
Yep.
By the time I went to bed, it was like 5, and then like, I was just at the cups where like I might as well not sleep. Like it's just if it goes for me, if it goes under like 2.5 hours, like just don't even bother sleeping. It's just gonna hurt me.
Yeah, I also agree with that. There's a time where like if I go to sleep now, it's just gonna ruin me instead of doing it better.
Yep.
So I want you to know that Niners voted for Sir Pokes a lot.
He's only voting for him because he didn't get poked.
He did get poked.
Palin got poked.
When did Bailey get poked?
I got told I'm too skinny. I need to eat. I need some feed.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, he
Looks like
absolutely got poked.
Need some feed.
Everybody got poked. Yours would have gotten poked if her player was here, but no, only everybody who was here definitely did. Flandy is right, and I don't care. So congratulations, it's a 3-way tie, and all 3 are inspiration. Congratulations, Valen, Irene, and Ryland. Don't get used to this. I'm not going to do this every time you do some cheesy shit. But congratulations.
Jesus, one, get out of here.
No, I love you guys. But yeah, we're gonna end it here super later than usual. Happy day off for those of you who
enjoy your 4th. If you're an Americano, if not,
may the 4th
be
with you.
Exactly. Thank you guys. We're gonna head out now. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Wait, hold on.